Thank you, TCTV. Good evening. The time is now 6:30 p.m. I'm Tim Toth, the chairman of the select board. Be it all please stand and join me for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Always good to see a room full of people. I'm going to ad-lib the opening comments tonight because I left it sitting on my desk at home this morning before I went to my daytime job. Those of you joining us, congratulations, welcome. Thank you for joining us. If it's your first time, we're glad to see you here. Couple of the rules of the road. Just anybody's recording, please inform us of that now. Just, it's good to know. It also keeps everybody from getting into trouble and violating the Massachusetts wiretap law. Thank you for that. Always great to have a backup.
Thank you to Matt. Thank you to Matt.
No, I have it at home too. Like to remind everybody that today's meeting is being broadcast live, TCTV Cable Station 8, and on our YouTube web platform. For those who wish to revisit any part of our proceedings, the recording is also available on the YouTube channel. We would hope you subscribe to all the videos. The chat in the YouTube stream is considered the same as if comments requested in person. They're allowed by the chair and must be addressed by name and address. If any audience member is recording, we just addressed that. Please notify us. Further, we ask our partners at TCTV, please inform the chair if any issues with the live feeds occur so we can pause while they're being remediated. We do have the presence of a quorum. All the members are present tonight. Our agenda tonight, along with any other public documents, are available at www.templetonma.gov, the official website for town information. Here you can also subscribe for alerts for all public meetings and our town administrator's weekly report. For immediate updates, including emergency notifications, please enroll in the Code Red alert system through our website or by calling 866-939-0911. This service is vital for staying informed on important and emergency matters. As chair, I maintain the discretion to modify tonight's agenda as needed and to manage time effectively, utilize personnel resources efficiently, and ensure public awareness. I reserve the right to rearrange agenda items to best accommodate our proceedings and honor our guests. As I alluded in the opening, if it's your first time attending, welcome. We're committed to serving our community with patience, fairness, and efficiency. We ask the same courtesies and engagement from all participants tonight. I don't believe, oh, we do have somebody joining us remotely. So let's have a productive, respectful meeting. The Zoom rules of the road, a few comments for our guests that are joining us remotely. Please use video whenever possible, although if you're waiting for your agenda item, it may be better to have the video off. When using the mute, please use the mute feature when you're not speaking, although TCTV or I can request you place all on mute. It's easier if you control your own button. If you wish to speak, raise your hand, use the raise hand feature in Zoom, or politely break in if you're using telephone only. If you wish to see material shared on the screen, please request that through me or email to which document you're referring. This will help everyone stay synchronized. Mr. Curry will be able to share information if we need to do so. Without any further, I think we're ready to move forward. Moving into the agenda, approval of prior minutes, 3/26/25 and 4/1/2025. These are both in our packets as item 3A.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Curry,
I move to approve the minutes of the 3/26/25 and April 1st, 2025 as presented.
I have a motion to approve both sets of minutes.
Second?
I have a second. Any discussion? Second call, any discussion?
No, good job.
Hearing none, we will bring this to a vote. Excuse me, Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Curry,
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you. We have no executive session minutes to deal with. Citizen input. How many folks are here for citizen input this evening? I see one. Come on up, Steve. Absolutely.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Be as brief as possible. Couple of announcements first. TCTV is offering town election candidates on the ballot a video or audio short to be produced in which they can introduce themselves to the public and state why they are running for office. We will shoot brief interviews with the candidates until April 25th. Shells will be released the week of May 12th. Invitations are going out. We ask that candidates get back to us on whether they wish to participate by next Wednesday, April 16th. I'm sad to say that we are also trimming our hours at Scout Hall for our budget purposes. Money is a little tight for FY25. We should be okay at our current burn rate, but I feel we need to do this out of caution to have some money left over. So we're trimming our hours from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Thursday to 12 to 6 p.m. There are more cuts. No Thursday meeting recaps will be done. For our live streams on Thursdays, I'm having trouble getting to it now. And no media assistant will be hired to fill out our staff until our budget is stabilized. We're also on a capital and supply austerity program. I hate to trim the Scout Hall hours because people are starting to come in and visit us and check the place out. Engagement is up and there is interest in the displays in the front room. I would greatly prefer to expand our hours for our community. Yet we now find ourselves at cross purposes. We should be building on our momentum, yet we need to cut back, even out of budgetary caution. A request to discuss some potential Scout Hall uses that can be a benefit for the community were sent to the interim TA, and I hope we can discuss those soon. We also hope you see fit to keep Scout Hall open, not just for TCTV, but for the community, which seems to want it. And as I say, we're seeing increased engagement there. Our proposed FY26 budget relies on $50,000 in free cash, $50,000 from the light and water pilot for capital, and we are banking on $52,000 in staffing from a digital equity grant to fill a $53,000 personnel cut. We can't count on getting all of that. I request you consider increasing the free cash contribution to the cable department from $50,000 to $100,000 in the FY26 budget. Then with the digital equity grant, we can hire someone to help administrate it. The Cable Committee also sent you a letter regarding sustainable funding for TCTV, which I think you all support. Let's please begin these talks so we can present plans and a proposed process with options to get this done. As I've stated, our FY25 funds are dwindling. We are navigating a safe passage for it. FY26 at this point is not going to be funded to retain our present level of service or personnel. Without your help, the odds are long against us surviving. But with your help, the odds are in our favor, and we will make it work. We will do the job. We will thrive and our community will thrive. And we thank you on behalf of my dedicated staff and the Cable TV Advisory Committee. We thank you for your time and support.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I like the idea of the candidate briefings and videos. I'd love to see us be able to get back to the meet the candidates things. I know that's a lot of work as well.
We'll get there.
We will. Any other citizen input? Hi, Candace.
Candace Graves, Chair, Parks and Rec Commission, 90 Queen Lake Road, Templeton. Just wanted to let folks know that on Saturday is when the team picture day will be for the girls Babe Ruth travel, our charter teams. We are in the need of a 16U coach. We have two 16U teams, which is the senior level, which is 13, ages girls 13 to 16, and we are in need of a softball coach. Their games are on Saturdays nights and Sunday nights. Sometimes they'll do a double header if it rained. They had to do a makeup, so they might have a game at 4. but most of the games are at 6 o'clock, or an occasional Friday based on, scheduling on a rain delay, issue. But we're in need of, anybody who out there in the community that, likes, softball and, has some experience and wants to volunteer their time. They can get in touch with us at the Parks and Rec Department. Also on Monday, the plumber will be down there to turn on the water, hopefully, to the bathrooms and the concession stand, and the staff will be there, the laborers, to start the process of opening up Gilman Way further than it is. And so those are a few updates of the current conditions going on. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other citizen input? Seeing no raised hands and hearing none, we will move on to administrator comments.
I have nothing this evening.
Nothing
Thanks.
this evening? Thank you all. Okay, moving right along into new business. No introduction of new employees tonight.
Nope. Next meeting.
Item 6B for appointments, Records Access Officer,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Perry.
I move to appoint interim town administrator Hall Young as the records access officer for the town of Templeton.
Have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Is it out of sync? So she's the town administrator, it's voted in. He's interim,
He's interim.
so it's okay to,
You need a records,
we're not.
Yeah,
putting
we need a
the
record.
before the horse, right? Okay.
you need a records
Yeah.
officer.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that I had talked to town council about this, and just to clarify that once the board designates me as the records access officer, I would designate John Driscoll for the water department and Susan Varney, I believe, for NRSD, just the same way it is now.
Okay. What did? Yeah, I always looked at that one and I kind of scratched my head because they are an outside entity. I believe they can.
Yeah, it's a
their-
lot.
Their committee would actually designate that, I
Yeah.
believe themselves legally.
And it's good that town council chimed in.
Yep.
It's a lot of work.
It is.
Yeah.
It is a lot of work. So motion on the floor with a second. Any further discussions? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Perry.
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths?
Yes,
And I vote yes as well. Presentations. Third quarter FY 25 public safety report. Chief Vicky. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, everybody.
Hey, Chief.
So for our third quarter of this fiscal year, we had 421 emergency calls, 46 residential and commercial inspections. We also did 3 car seat inspections installs. I have 2 certified inspection install people for car seats. Open burning season has started. And so far, we have 202 active permits purchased, with a total of 234 fires called in. That doesn't mean we've had 234 fires. That's people calling in that they're gonna have them, that they may or may not have actually had them, but 234 times that the system has been used to activate it. That's actually down a little bit from last year, but we're starting to get a little busier now with the system. So, and then down below that is a breakdown of our calls for the year, for the quarter. 421 calls is about our new normal, right around in that area, which is a little bit higher than last year.
Tends to be the trend, a little bit of an uptick from the year prior.
Yeah, it is. It's, we're definitely not going down. I think, yesterday would have been our first no hitter for calls in a long time, but they actually had a call 10 minutes before shift change, so but we're usually averaging
Always the
5
way.
calls a day now. That we're going up on,
Just be careful, don't jinx yourself.
and they're trying to make up for it today already.
Yeah.
So,
So unrelated, it's not actually third quarter. Did I see engine 3 back over at the Baldwin station?
yes, engine 3 came back
Finally.
a few weeks ago. Only a couple of minor things I'm still dealing with the insurance company, not the insurance company, the repair company on. They're all minor. The truck works phenomenal. It's working phenomenal. We got it all back stocked up and it is back in service.
Outstanding. Everybody's happy about that as well.
Glad to have it back. Glad to have the new equipment like the forestry truck that came in.
Those are all we hope we never have to use.
Correct.
Very good. Will you be giving emergency managements as well?
I was not contacted by anyone to give
He,
me.
he was just in the, Mr. Chair, he was just in the chat that he needed the Zoom link. I sent it to him, so he should be able to hop
Outstanding.
on pretty quick.
Just one question. Is
He's
the
already on.
aircraft
Oh.
Standby new?
There he is.
So we're using a new software this year, so some of the terminology is a little different. Aircraft standby is when we get called to standby for like light flight helicopter. So in the third quarter, Athol had a structure fire that somebody got burned pretty severely in. And we actually provided both the ambulance for that patient, and we wound up securing the landing zone for the helicopter as well. So
Mm,
that's what that would be.
Thank you.
Chief, moving forward, I saw recently the helicopter landing will be moved from Mount Wachusett. It's already been moved
Yeah.
over to the Gardner Airport.
Over to the
Are
Gardner
they
Airport.
required to put a standby piece there as well?
They are not. So even the one we
Because
had,
it is an airport.
yeah, even the one we had that we did for Athol, that was toned out for coverage by accident. If the helicopter is landing at what they call a secured site, being the airport or Athol Hospital has a secured site as well, does not require fire apparatus to secure it, that it's all set to go. So the helicopter that's landing at the Gardner Airport now will actually land inside the fenced-in area, and the life flight crew will come through the gate or the building to us. We'll never actually go onto the airport side of it, the way that it's all done.
Mm.
For the new system. Should work well. The college is, I'm sure everyone is aware, is busier than ever, and they're really having a hard time securing landing zones when needed. So that one there, being the airport, will actually take priority.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I got a question. Chief, we finished last calendar year pretty much in a drought situation, or in like a level 2, level 3 drought. I don't know what the assessment is for snow and then early spring rain. Do you have any concern going into springtime, summertime?
So we are still in a drought.
Yep.
The last reports I saw, even with this rain, I haven't seen the newest tick yet, but all this rain did was bring us to the normal amount of rain we would have in the spring to the state. So, yeah, as people have been purchasing their permits, anyone that we talk to, we've been telling them, my suggestion is to get your outdoor burning safely done quickly. We only have less than a month now left anyways, but as soon as the top cover dries out, it's gonna dry up fast, and burning's could be really restricted at that point.
You think we're in a heightened risk for wildfire danger?
At this point in time, that's what we're being told,
Okay.
that we've been warned from the state.
Okay.
Hopefully, with a little bit more rain we're getting next weekend, unfortunately.
Yep.
Fortunately for me, hopefully that helps. So, can't
And
hurt.
your current equipment deliveries, I forget what you've gotten recently. We've talked about it in board. Do you think you're situated pretty well to at least,
We are.
okay,
The new brush truck that we got in and our existing brush truck, they're both in service, they're ready to go.
that's great. I'm glad to hear that.
We've already used the new brush truck. I think the day we got it into service, we had a small pile we had to go put out, so it got put into service rather quickly, and the team loves it and it works very well.
That's great to hear. Thanks, Chief.
One more question, sorry. Do you guys train for train derailments? Do you practice train derailments, or if there's hazardous chemicals or things, train spills coming in? Do they send you a report on what's coming in the cars? There's a new interest now generated over in Baldwinville about the train, its movements and what's coming in on the cars and the fire department.
We don't get any communication from the railway.
I know we get it in our inbox. I'll talk about it later, but yeah, okay. It's important today, this day and age. There's a lot of derailments this year. There's been 2 or 3 already, and 2 in Massachusetts.
Mhm.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Hello, Rich.
Good evening. How you doing?
We're doing well.
Okay, this quarter, I sent in the emergency management 26 budget and attended 2 budget reviews for that. We worked on the hazard mitigation plan update, mostly email with Jeff LaGrose, a couple of telephone calls as well. There should be a meeting being scheduled, I believe, for the first couple weeks of May for another work group meeting. Corresponded with Adam and others concerning the EOC's CPC project. Mike Dixon's been mostly handling that project from the CPC end. Mike Dixon met with the architects at the EOC so they could get the measurements of the building, and I guess shortly after that they submitted a plan and some costs with that as well. I've been corresponding with MEMA local coordinators by phone and emails. They are coming out to our building this week, in fact tomorrow. They have to visually see how our sandbag inventory. Submitted the emergency management annual report. The EMDs all completed their conflict of interest requirements. Mike Dixon and Peter Clayton attended a meeting with the REPC in Gardner. And I don't know if you've heard anything about this or not, but the Regional Emergency Planning Committee has somewhat fallen apart a little bit. I'm hoping they get it back together again, but the chief in Athol has retired, and the new chief there, I guess, is going to take it over again, but it's kind of gotten off to a shaky start. And we're supposed to have certain things done within a 2-year period. I don't know if we're going to make that or not. We'll have to wait and see. We participated in the Board of Health drill on March 6th. I did contact the Office of Dam Safety concerning Depot Bond Dam. I guess at one of your recent meetings, you had requested that Adam work with me on getting some information about water testing. And it's not water testing we need to have done. It is the sediment testing. And I've asked them to see what they can do about the state handling the tests and the cost of it. And I have not heard back yet, so I'm still waiting on that. The emergency management rehab truck had to be taken to DPW for some work on it. There was an exhaust problem that's been there since we got it. It was hanging real low, and Dave has given us a adapter to put that on the building's exhaust system. So we got that all squared away. We got the tires repaired in the back, so everything's all set there. And I sent in the quarterly report for the grant progress on the hazard mitigation plan update. And I am working on the reimbursement package. In fact, it should be sent in tomorrow for the 24 EMPG, which was for just under $2,900. CERT had meetings this quarter in January and March. And one of our longtime CERT members, one of our original CERT members, Renee Lake Gagliardi, passed away on January 20th. She was, for the past year, I'd say she was attending via Zoom to our meetings. And she made the meetings right up until the very end. We had a meeting the week prior to her death, and she was on that as well. So she will be sorely missed. And message board usage for this quarter, Susan Varney from the school district requested the message board for kindergarten signups, but she never returned the form. So those messages never got up. Plus there was ice and snow issues with placing them at the time. And Carol Harris used it for dog licenses from 320 to 331. And that's it. We had a pretty calm quarter, considering.
Good.
Hi, Rich. So first, could we just have a moment of silence for Renee? She was a CERT member since before I was on CERT. I haven't been active.
Yeah, she was one of our original ones.
Could we just have a brief moment of silence for that, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
And then, I think Lori contacted you, I could be wrong. But have you been talking to Jeff about including the Gardner Sludge landfill expansion or even the old Gardner Sludge landfill in the hazard mitigation plan? I'll be talking more about that later, but it was recommended in the rebuttal the response that they sent I'll talk about it more, but they recommended that we put some onus on that in our
I talked to Jeff and he said that we can talk about that at our next work group meeting in May.
Okay, he was at their public information meeting and spoke as well, so he knows more about it probably than I do. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you, Rich. Again, the small group that does a bunch of things behind the scenes, and we'd be lost without you folks at times.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a few notes from Chief Bennett, if you don't mind if I read those to go with his report. He wasn't able to make it tonight.
Go ahead.
He said for the station, we are currently in a holding pattern for all of the projects authorized from ARPA funds. Flooring is on order due next month. Parking lot driveway is dependent on the weather. New vehicle is back ordered until August. Dispatch upgrade is having supply chain issue on needed equipment. On the cruiser fleet, the Cruiser 18 is currently out of service due to check engine lights. Cruiser 220 is still waiting to have the new push bar installed. Personnel and staffing, our new full-time patrol officer is approximately 1 month into the academy with a projected graduation date in August. Our 2 new part-time dispatchers are currently in training with one close to being able to cover a shift, while the other had no previous experience and needs more training. And that was it.
Thank you. Being over his activities analysis, it's trending pretty much what it's been doing all along. The numbers are fairly close. Questions or comments from the remainder of the board?
No.
Okay, moving on to item 6D, Public Services Report. Good evening, Bob.
Good evening, Board. Bob Zozick, Department of Public Services. For the third quarter on the highway, we'll start with that. We had budget for January 13th meeting with Adam and Holly. Crew completed biannual ethics training online. We finally received one of our F-750 trucks from the ARPA money that was ordered back in 2023. The second one will probably be 2-3 weeks out. I attended a tree warden conference and completed streets conference. H2 and H8 underwent some recall work at Ballard Mac. H24 is one of the F550s. We've been having a lot of trouble with the motor. That's not the one that burnt, it's gas. They ended up putting a new motor in it. I guess they changed on a lot of them. That was all done under warranty. And Senior Center Explorer was serviced on regular maintenance schedule. Michelle Vestergaard was hired as new temporary assistant, working out very well. The Beavers have returned and we're continuing monitoring the trouble areas. We just had a major one on Dudley Road, built a big dam and clogged a culvert. I want to thank Templeton Light for assisting us today, shoving a hole in there and breaking it loose. Everything went well and it opened up. The beaver trapper should be the bend there this afternoon and set traps, so hopefully we resolve that problem. Had a busy winter with snow and ice, a lot of small stuff, pain in the neck stuff. As of today, we treated up to 36 times and we had 10 plowable events. Repaired a culvert on Lord Road temporary patch. Repaired guardrail on Bridge Street. Ongoing pothole repairs. Still continuing today. We had one driveway permit, one trench permit, and one road cut permit. Any questions? No questions. We'll move into buildings and grounds third quarter. The Baptist Common Fence is completed, which was funded through CPC. If you haven't seen it yet, weather gets nice, you take a walk out there, it looks pretty good. I had a meeting and discussed the future of Houghton Park in January. The cemetery purchased a new trailer and transport the house, cemetery tools and burial equipment, etc. It's been working out well. Deed cemetery trees, dead trees came down cemetery at Pine Grove. And commissioners are gonna replace them with a couple of new trees. I was voted on last week. Worked with American Alarms, complete the new alarm installation at the town buildings. A lot of these alarms were so outdated, can't get parts for. We still need to do a lot of work at Ballinville Fire. All the wiring's not really up to code. Town Hall, there was the security alarm wasn't even functional. I just replaced the fire alarms and what was needed and what was existing to get over to this new company, which is state bid pricing. And they have the room to grow with technology, fire as keyless entries, cameras, etc. They have a lot of techs and the service has been great. We had to install a new sewer pump in the basement of the Ballinville Fire Station. It was well beyond its capability of working properly, so that took a little time to order and get a custom cover made. We had pre-construction meeting was held the week in January 23rd to discuss the senior center kitchen. The building the grounds crew, emptied out the kitchen and moved all the stuff to the basement. Prepare for the construction to start. Well as the basement at the senior center was organized, getting ready for the upcoming auction. Which I'm hoping to happen in July, and I think it's gonna do very well this year with the auction. Building ground crew paid in a bay inside the cemetery garage. New oil tanks were installed, from capital monies in the town buildings, the town hall, Templeton Center Fire, Mercy Management Building, the cable building. There is a little money left over. I'm gonna probably do the library and Scout Hall, so they'll all be completed. We had 5 internments, 1 foundation, 4 markers, 3 online cemetery inquiries, 10 phone inquiries, 9 flag duties during that quarter. Go ahead, Jeff.
I have a couple of questions. To get an update on the culvert on Whitney Street, is there any chance that could get done this year?
Yep, we've been monitoring the water levels. I just went over the garden side last week, checked, make sure it was flowing on that side, because we were having trouble with that last fall. Some of the water table drops, I don't know what we plan on starting and getting that done.
On the Main Street Bridge, I don't know if you can get them from MassDOT. I was wondering if the chances of you checking with them to see if you could borrow them or whatever, steel Jersey barriers, I believe would take some weight off of that bridge, would be lighter than the concrete barriers. I know they have them.
Well, the ones that are on there now are mascots. I can see if they have any metal ones.
Like I said, if it's a weight concern, I would think we got rid of them concrete Jersey barriers and put the steel ones there would take some weight off of that bridge.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's opening up a spot again. We passed it right away. We've been staying on top of it, but I expect that decking to open up again, and I don't think we're gonna repair it.
Lastly, with the new trucks been getting in over at the highway in the last couple of years or so, you have plans to surplus any of the trucks?
Yeah.
Like I noticed it's a red cab Ford with a black utility. I know it's an older truck. It's been over there for years.
Yeah, it just got red line.
Is that plans to?
Yeah.
Cause buying a new, a lot of new pickups, but if you're keeping the old stuff,
Oh,
it's budget. doesn't
I've been
really-
having auction. There was one year where we waited 2 years because we didn't have enough surplus. But H9, a Freightliner is gonna be in the auction. H11, a Model 10 wheel is gonna be in the auction. There's gonna be some older Sanders, older plows. We have the old senior center bus. Chief Dickey has the old forest truck. There's a bunch of stuff in the basement of the senior center. I'll be sending out an email to all the departments to start itemizing a inventory list, but I think you guys are gonna do well on the auction this year. But yeah, no, I'm not hanging on to. I want it gone.
Thank you.
I just have 2, Bob. Who was at the meeting for Houghton Park on January 30th? Who was the meeting with?
I think that was a pre-meeting, for the outgoing bid, for the playground.
And it's kind of silly, but are you gonna do a 1-to-1 replacement for the trees at Pine Grove, pine for pine, or are you gonna put in?
No, those pines are state trees.
Okay.
This was on the Templeton side of town. There was 3 old maples that brought it out.
So you're gonna do maple for maple?
Yeah. When a Lien. So a Lien tree, it has a big umbrella. It takes the environment better with the road salts and.
Mhm.
The commissioner just voted on approving getting 2 of them, so we'll be doing that shortly.
Oh, thanks. It sounds nice. I walk up there.
Any other questions?
Good, Bob, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Replace the ones you get next.
Hey, Candace.
Hi, how are you? In the third quarter of Parks and Rec, we finished up getting everything, for FMX, the calendar. And then in January, we did more basketball. When it came into February, we were finishing up basketball. Our Division 1 and 2 received medals, thank you medals. And then we've rounded out the, February season with, Division 3, 4, and 5 having, playoffs tournaments. The Lakers won, for their division as well as the Nuggets and the Magics. And those were sponsored by, those teams were sponsored by Templeton Cafe and Pub and Lawrence Septic. And those sponsors received trophies and their plaques and all the sponsors. We're still in the process of putting out our plaques from basketball. We're a little behind our sending them out, but we're probably halfway through we had 30 teams, so there's a lot of plaques to deliver. Let's see, also in February, we closed out, for Hooten Park, the bid package for, the playground. They're stated, to work on that at Hooten Park coming up in the spring, getting those play equipment in. And the commissioners have a lot of high hopes for that park, moving forward. The commission hired an event coordinator, Tiffany, to do the fair this year, which will be on August 2nd and 3rd at Gilman Waite Park. So if anybody wants to sign up for that, they're looking for vendors, and any organization that wants to have a table. It's no charge to actually have a table at the fair. So they hope folks will sign up, be a part of it. They're trying to bring back a good sized fair to the community. Also, we had the hiring of our laborer and our assistant laborer in March, Charles Guardrail. He'll be starting on Monday with Mr. Dixon. So we have a good staff moving forward, and we'll be receiving our truck pretty soon, which will be helpful to them. They'll be going through also some training. Let's see, at Gilman Waite, in March, the porta potties was delivered, not March, in April, sorry. Let's see. I didn't write this, so Rachel did, so I'm trying my best. I don't know why she put this stuff in. This is April stuff. Is April part of the third quarter? No. So I don't know why it's in the report, so sorry.
It's good to know.
It's good to know.
Overachiever.
That's why it's throwing me off. It's not.
Overachiever.
It's, yeah.
She's overachiever.
So, yeah, so registration, did close on March 27th for softball. So I can tell you that they have an 8U, team, which is the rookies. We have two, 10U, minor teams. We have one 12U, a major team, and two 16U senior teams. We have 6 T-ball, teams registered, T-balls, season will start on May 3rd. But they're all closed out. We do have a couple of spots left for T-ball. But we're looking forward to our traveling season for softball. We're looking forward to our T-ball season. And of course, the concession stand, they'll be selling everything up there coming the next week or so. They're getting everything ready. So weather has not been cooperative to do things, so. And I think that's it. Anybody have any questions? Thanks.
Busy, busy, busy.
Yeah, they've been very busy, and I've been busy trying to get them in the right direction, close out my role.
Lot of work.
A lot of work.
Thank you.
Lot of. Thank you, Candy.
Thank you.
Item 16, we have in our packet a one-day wine and malt license, Dirt Church Brewing Company LLC.
What's the name?
Anna Cronin is on Zoom for this item.
Hello, Anna, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you, board, for having me.
Thank you for joining us. So give us a little background if you can.
Sure. I am the authorized representative. I'm the owner of Dirt Church Brewing Company. I have been in this business a little under 10 years. Recently moved to Massachusetts, started a tap room over in Charlemont, working with Berkshire Brewing as our distributor in state, and have had the wonderful pleasure of meeting Rick and Rosie Marshall and hoping of starting a good relationship with them and with the town of Templeton.
Very good. Former chapter of my life, we used to refer to that part of the state as West County.
Indeed. Indeed.
I was involved in the district manager for the ambulance service out of Greenfield back in the day.
Oh, very nice. Thank you for your service.
It was our pleasure to help. That the county out there was very, very busy, kept us on our toes.
Indeed.
Board have any questions for Ms. Cronin?
Polly, how's the application? Everything's in order?
It's good, yeah, and Chief Bennett is okay with it. I always check with him. She has everything in, and we have the permission of Roseanne from Motor Hill CrossFit, whatever it's called, Motorsports.
Yep.
Her permission to use the property for the event.
Pro Hill Motorsport.
Thank you.
And that's a mouthful and a tongue twister.
It is.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Very.
I would make the motion to approve the one-day wine and malt license for Dirt Church Brewing Company LLC to be held on April 13th, 2025 from noon to 5 p.m.
Second.
Second,
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the board?
this is Sunday,
It is.
this Sunday. I hope you have good weather.
So do I. Thank you.
But it is motorsport. They come out no matter what.
It is. It is. Although this event in particular is non-motorized, so.
Aha.
BMX.
Electric bikes.
Oh,
Don't you go down that road.
which one is that?
I know.
And if you didn't hear it from the gallery, the comment was electric bikes.
Oh. A different debate for a different day.
Absolutely. If there's no further discussion from the board, we will bring this to a vote. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Curry,
Yes,
Ms. Griffith.
Yes,
I vote yes as well.
have a good time.
Congratulations.
Very much. I appreciate all your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Next up, we have item 6F. Templeton Fishing Game Club request for a guardrail repair.
Good evening, board. Bob Solik, Director of Public Services.
Welcome back.
Paul here.
Yes, oh, yes.
So this is in regards, goes back a little bit when Adam was here. Paul reached out to me, had some concerns about the guardrail on Club Road, off of Factory Grill Road. I met Paul over there. He showed me what he had. He asked if there was something I could do. I didn't want to have my guys or myself have the liability of trying to replace the guardrails. So at that point, I recommended to Paul that I deal with a company Bartlett Consolidated that does a lot of repairs for motor vehicle accidents, and for him to follow up with Adam. The Club Road, that is a private road. That's what I wasn't comfortable. That's why I directed Paul to speak to Adam Paul went up and talked to Adam, and Adam reached back out to me and asked me to get a quote on what repair costs would be for that. For the guardrail repair on the dam that crosses the waterway. So I did get a quote of $4,380. And I told Adam that it was private property. And you can't use state fund money to do this repair. And Adam asked me if it's possible I could work it out of my budget. Since then, Holly stepped in and I kind of filled her in, I believe it was last week or so. Because Adam's intention was to put it on the agenda for the board to discuss. So Paul's from the club, he's here tonight. So it's, I'm putting it in your hands for the decision because I'm not comfortable in liable on private property. So if you guys gonna have your discussion, we do use the beach area. And they let the Parks and Rec store a little shed on the property, so. Why we're here in front of you tonight.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
I think Jeff.
Go ahead.
Good.
Do we have a formal request from Paul? We have a written formal request.
I don't know if he sent that to Adam or not.
I'd like to have a written request on, at least on file that there was a, you know, there was a request. So it's on paper. That's not hard to do. It's just a basic, whether it's emails or otherwise, just like something formal to be on the record of the request.
When we do the swimming program, we write it,
Yeah.
we get permission every year. Reasonable.
Yeah, just as you, and thank you for the overview on it. I had heard that there were discussions or otherwise, but I would like to see something a little bit more formal. That's not to say it's going to stop this conversation or any decisions that we make tonight. I just like to make sure it's in place. That's not a hard thing to do.
Absolutely.
Holly, you're not aware of any? Well, Paul, did you?
Well,
Come on up. Don't be shy.
no, I'm not shy. Definitely not shy. You know, so good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Hello.
Good evening.
My name is Paul Cormier. I am the president of the Templeton Fishing Game Club. And like Bob was saying, I had approached Adam a few months ago and Bob for installation of guardrails at our club that overlooks the dam. The problem with these guardrails, well, to step back a little bit, the bridge in question, we put considerably amount of money on that bridge to secure it and to fix it and to put it to where it's supposed to be because some vehicles going across. The guardrails themselves in questions are over 20-something years old, and they have holes and steel fragments sticking out of it, and they're just wear and tear. And the problem is the children of Templeton, and it's not the club children because we're seasonal, they love to fish on that
Yep.
bridge into the water. We're not gonna kick any children off from fishing. We enjoy them being there as long as they don't cause no trouble. We'd rather have them fish instead of causing any trouble in your downtown area, anything else. But some of the older members are afraid that with these steel problems, is one of these child is gonna get hurt. And it's rust, it's a lot of rust going on. And again, we've put a lot of money into that bridge already and we're kind of running out of money for the bridge itself. We have other projects we need to do. Templeton Fish and Game has an annual tax revenue with over 100 campers of $136,000 to the town of Templeton. And we have no burden to the school system. We have no burden on the DPW. We maintain our own roads. Of course, like everybody else in Templeton, we haul out our own trash. We pay for that. Each year, for 4 weeks out of the year, we donate our beach to the Templeton Parks and Recreation for swimming. Our daily fee is $250 a day to rent any portion of our property. So if you add 4 weeks under that, and I think they use it for 3 or 4 days, if I'm not mistaken, that comes over to
Five weeks.
$3,500 annually also.
I
We
love it.
also supply a porta potty for that location for the children. You can look that up, porta potty costs per week. We have to empty it out to make sure that, you know, it's safe and sanitized for the children at Templeton. I thought we had with Adam, I thought we had written something up, but I'd be glad to write something
Yeah.
up again. I have no problem with that.
That's
I
easy.
thought this was already taken care of. But whatever's voted on tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna continue to support the community of Templeton and the children of Templeton. I think we have a great partnership at Templeton Fish and Game with the town of Templeton. But I'd like to thank Holly Young for an assistant, and especially Bob also. He's been really helpful in this matter. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to, you know, ask anything if you need something. And also just recently, just to add on some more, Templeton's Lion Club just had their fundraiser last week, and we donated the club for them for free. There was no problem with us on that part either. And ARC, I guess another organization is ARC is a branch off of Gamma, I believe, and for the mentally challenged people. And we give our grounds to them for a whole day. We supply them with hot dogs and hamburgers and music, and we give them golf cart rides. So like I said, we do a lot for the community, and we really never come here and ask for really nothing. But our hands are kind of tied and with these guardrails in question. Like I said, it's just for the safety of the children that do fish out there. And they've already started fishing off that bridge, and but we don't mind. Like I said, they're not members' children. They're just children that the area around that. So we're just more a safety reason.
Mr. Chair. Paul, that's awesome. You had me at, we help. So, I mean, the letter, I think, is a great idea just to have it, so we've got it on file. Otherwise, I recognize it's on private ground, but because he's such a they're such a stakeholder, and giving and sharing and otherwise, I get, you know, I guess it's on public ground, but I completely support this project. That's all I have.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna recuse myself.
Hang on.
I'm gonna recuse myself from the vote. But I do want to say that I took over the swimming program in 2015. Prior to that, it was already there at least 10 to 15 years. It was at the Otter River Pool, and when the Otter River Pool, to my knowledge, closed, they went right to the fishing game. And they have bent over backwards to make sure that the kids have a positive experience. There was a little bit of flack one year, and they voted in favor of the town and changed the situation on the beach so that people can come for lessons, and their own campers can use other beaches in the area and don't interfere with the swimming program. So they are bending over backwards.
Thank you. Bill.
Mr.
You had some
Chair,
comments. Go ahead. sir.
I understand what the club has donated. I was swimming up there when I was about this high for a lot of years. But a private entity can donate whenever they want, whatever they want to a government entity. But using public money on a private property to do repairs, we can get ourselves in trouble. I went and I looked back, I went looking on the bylaws and town meeting stuff that I could find. Back in 1962, the town voted to accept Chapter 40, Section 6H of the Acts of 319 of 1961, repairs on private ways. I couldn't find the acts online in the sections that I couldn't find chapter 40. That might be that digital equity stuff training that I need, but so I couldn't find that. I looked up the general law of private ways and using public money. Section 6N of Chapter 40 of the Mass General Laws. Cities and towns may by ordinance or by bylaw provide for making temporary repairs on private ways. Such an ordinance or bylaw shall determine type and extent of repairs. Drainage shall be included if the repairs are required by public necessity. The number of percentage of abutters who must petition for such repairs. If betterment charges shall be assessed. Liability limit of the city or town on account of damages caused by the work. If the ways shall have been open to public use for a term of years, and if a cash deposit shall be required for said repairs. The town has done some minor repairs on private ways in the past, such as there was a road, before Chief Dickey was fire chief, but the fire chief came to the select board and they had some potholes, about 2-man fighting holes, and they were worried about ambulance getting access and stuff. So they were patched. They were filled in and patched. And those are the minor repairs. If the town is, spending the amount of money here, it's public money on private property, and it's not like a temporary repair. You'll be improving it. It's just how the government works. I don't know if it could be considered open space and maybe CPC funds. I don't know. I know it worked for historic property, the church in the center of town, but I'm just not sure about that. But I don't think the town, even as good a case as you made, and people may want to do it. I just don't think the town can legally do it. I just question that, because it's a permanent improvement.
It's in the interest of public safety, though.
But it's not a public road, it's a
Right.
private, it's a private road. That's the thing. That's,
Well, I
It
am
doesn't matter
coming-
how
I
much
am
I
coming in here as a safety issue, if that's the case. I mean, that's what the whole process was in the beginning, was more of a safety issue, not fixing the guardrail. It's just like I
Right,
mentioned, the guardrails,
it's,
we do have public, during those swimming lessons, it is the public that does come through over that bridge. So I'm not too sure where our liability as a organization also falls into this. I mean, do we stop? We stop letting
like I said.
No, I understand.
It's just,
So you're talking liability on your behalf, so I guess maybe we have to look on our behalf. I don't know. I mean,
That's
if-
fair.
If some of the children decide to go on the bridge after they're swimming and they cut themselves, well, I mean, what's our option there? I agree with you, sir. No, I'm just wondering, when we first started this, I believe with Adam, there was something that he had read that if it came into a safety issue, that it was permissible. And that's what he said. And I know he's no longer here, but that's how we went around this situation.
Mr. Chair. I mean, can we just get a legal read on it? And whether it's possible. I trust Jeff's ability to research and otherwise, and I get where you're pulling it from, but I'd like to see if it's legally possible, given the safety, they're part of the stakeholder of Parks and Recs, it sounds like, for a long time. Like, we partner with them to be able to provide, swimming lessons and otherwise. There's got to be a yes or no. And if it's gray, then I would opt on the side of public safety and do it.
That's a good point. Candace, you had your hand up.
Yeah, one question. So the guardrails, Bob, do you know who put, so they're there, but who put them in? Did the club put the guardrails in?
It wasn't the town's responsibility.
I didn't say it was a responsibility. The question was who put them in?
Oh, no, they were long there before I tell you.
Does the club know how long, when they were?
It's, like I mentioned, that's been over 25 years there for sure. And I believe it was probably the club members at that time that that installed them.
I was just wondering why you came to the town to repair something that I mean, I'm a member of the Fish and Game Club to be disclosed. And I've never seen, the club come to ask for any money. When it comes to Parks and Rec, they are very generous, to allow us to have our classes there. There are rules and stipulations. They come in, they do the class, and they're supposed to leave immediately. They're not supposed to hang around at the beach. So we don't have, unfortunately, I mean, I wish I could say, because like I said, I am a club member, but we don't have any children that go on to go fishing because they're not allowed to stay after the classes. The classes are in half-an-hour blocks. But yes, the community, we do see children in the neighborhood go up there and fish. It is a danger. And I agree that I think that we should check with council to see, because obviously we don't want to pay for something if we're not supposed to. It's very tricky with government. Like in Parks and Rec, we're not allowed to fundraise. We're municipal, we can't fundraise. A lot of people don't realize that. And the same thing with paying for a private way. Everybody would want to have that, just, you know. That's why when Parks and Rec, I use the reference of fundraising, because if we were just to let little thing go through, you can't. So we wouldn't be able to do that with, you know, paying for every private road to fix something. So to know who the guardrail, if the town was the one who put the guardrail there, then it would be our responsibility, regardless if it's on a public way or private way. But if we weren't the ones who put it there for safety reasons and it belonged to the club, that would be a lawyer to answer to see if we could help out in any way. I mean, I would love us to have the ability to help out, because they are very generous to the community. I mean, the club is, but if it's something that, you know, we have very tight budget right now in this town, we have to think about, you know, liabilities for what we can do, so.
Yeah, I think it's
Where we're at, I think.
the town gonna get in trouble for doing that. Like
Yeah.
Jeff said, I think they should, that's why I brought it in front of the board. Whether they wanna get legal advice on it or not. I know the club's been generous and they're probably one of the best ones that do their damn reports and stay up with the corrections as needed. They stay on top of it. But I think the town's gotta protect itself too, and we gotta get the right answer.
Mr. Chair, I've got a question. Sometimes roads change hands. Has Club Road ever been a town road? Okay.
That I don't know.
Because that would kind of help with how did it get there in the first place? Years ago, there was a driveway complaint over off of Dudley Road somewhere, and it was the road had been a town road at one point, but then was abandoned and then used for a house in the area. So even just pulling back some of the layers of the onion there to say, did it used to be? If it was a town road and it was, the guardrails were put in there and we were basically just trying to fix them. I think that
Yeah.
becomes part of the narrative for why there would be an obligation to do it.
Might be worth asking Carol.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did see a hand go up in the back as well.
This is Gail.
Yeah, hi.
Winchester Street. So, is this a nonprofit organization? Yes, and, if the way shall have been open to the public for a term of years.
Yeah.
Which it, I would think has, if town kids can use it. But then again, new guardrails aren't a temporary repair.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to check with town council tomorrow when I meet with them, and we could bring it back at the next meeting or vote pending, whatever the board would like.
Yeah, it's a valid concern. Jeff raised an interesting point, and chapter 40, and if we're gonna go way back to 1962, that's what was agreed to and accepted. There are arguments for and against, but yeah, it does raise some interesting points, use of public funds to do a private thing. Paul, if you could do a little bit of research, and it may take a little bit of legwork on your part, you know, when the bridge was put in, who did put in the guardrail? That may be easier said than done to define. We can certainly look into it as well.
Well, I pretty much tell you, I'm sure it's the members that put the guardrails. I imagine there was no, I mean, I'll definitely double check.
I'm
that.
inclined to agree with you on that,
Yeah.
but we would like to know empirically.
Sure.
I would encourage, I think, for the board, I think we should defer this to a future meeting, just to protect everybody and all the parties. But yeah, definitely get a legal read on this.
You got, another question. This is on the eastern part of the property, Club Road, right off of Partridge Drill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what type of guardrail is it now? Is it like the kind I would see on the side of a highway, like
Yeah.
all metal construction,
Yeah, just a
but it's,
single panel, it's not a double panel.
but it's old
Yeah.
and
Yes.
rusted and,
And the guardrails in question is, it's on the bridge itself, so the road itself is lined up with guardrails, but on top of the bridge is 3 sections of 10 foot each, which comes up to 60 feet. And that's where the kids pretty much fish off that, or the children, they
okay.
fish off that bridge, and that's the guardrail that we.
Do they have to go over the guardrail to fish or,
Yes,
oh, geez.
they lean against the guardrail. And
Okay.
yeah, but they fish all along, but for some reason, the children kind of gravitate to, it's at the bridge, like any other child would do, they love to fish off the bridge. And I mean, no child wants to fish off the land, they want to fish off the bridge.
It's more fun.
More fun, right?
Seen some of the
Mr. Chair, I
adults
support
fishing
your
on.
approach.
That too, yes.
You know, I don't want a carte blanche, say no. And I think it would be a too much of a knee-jerk response to just say yes at the same time. We really need some more information.
Well, Mr. Chair, would it make sense for him to submit the request
Oh, absolutely.
and then Ollie pick it up from there?
Yes. And we can make this an agenda item for our meeting on the 23rd.
Okay.
Revisit this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Yeah.
Thank you for the research, Jeff.
Wow, Jeff.
That must have been the second cup of coffee. Up next, item G, post community agreement, with Royal Sun Farms LLC.
What did we do wrong this time, Mr. Chair?
That's what I was trying
Just
to
another
figure
one.
out as I looked this one over.
I thought Damon wasn't gonna be here, but he is not.
Mr. Chair, I was looking at the last page, because he had mentioned that, we didn't have our title next to our names. Was one of the problems to my recollection.
Yep.
So if you look at the last page 9, duly authorized representative name, duly authorized representative title. Duly authorized, I think he's like crossing all his i's and dotting all his t's with those 3 first. And does it have to be all of us or just the chair?
Well, we did this, the meeting of March 19th. As when I was the incoming chair at the close of that meeting, and that we had Ryan online with us from Harrington Heat. It was deemed at that point, he would sign, I would sign as the chair, and I specifically signed it in this fashion. So I'm curious what changed on this. Do we know, Holly?
This is a different entity.
This is a different.
It's a different agreement. It just wasn't quite ready for the last meeting,
Okay.
and town council had gotten it to me and said it's ready to go.
Mr. Chair, it looks like, it's a boilerplate document, but it really, you have to drill down to authorized operations. That's what changes from agreement to agreement. So this one is for the company specified.
Yep.
And this one's for marijuana cultivator, indoor and outdoor, and marijuana product manufacturer.
And
So-
if I remember correctly, in our December emergency meeting, it was because all of this changed from the CCC. So all these documents had to be rewritten, and it
Yep.
was the time lag that drove part of that
Yep.
as well.
So given that, Mr. Chair, I move to approve the HCA between Royal Sun Farm and the town of Templeton and for the chair to sign.
Yes.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, from my notes on the 26th, it said it was previously rejected because of selectmen titles.
Well, this one has lines in it that you can write it in.
Yep.
I'm gonna go for it.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Any comments, Jeff?
I am good. Thank you.
Okay, hearing no further comments from the board, we have a motion and a second on the floor. How do you vote, Jeff?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Harry?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. That's unanimous. It does look eerily familiar to the night at step aside.
Yep.
Next, item I, approving the town meeting warrants. I'm sorry, I missed one. Item H, delegating contract authority, the interim town administrator. Did I miss a page entirely? I did.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I think Polly's just got, you're doing the presentation of it.
Yeah,
It's not-
there's,
it's not
there's
a-
no document.
Right.
Yeah. This came up when I was talking to town council and, figuring out the appointments and things I needed to get in order. And they suggested the contract authority for up to 25,000, just like prior town administrators have had. For the smaller contracts that come up in between doing the larger ones. And he suggested up to 25,000. Anything above that would come to a meeting for the board to approve.
Mr. Chair, I'll put a motion on it there for you. We can discuss it. Is that all good?
Yes.
I move to authorize the interim town administrator to sign contracts and agreements for the town of Templeton in the amount up to $25,000.
Second.
Okay, motion with a second on the floor. Any discussion by the board?
Thanks for researching that. Mr. Chair, I just see as part of getting our base back,
Yes.
base of requirements.
And there are times things will come up that can't wait for the next cyclical meeting. Or even at times to set up an emergency meeting with the time constraints to make sure we're not violating OML. I understand the spirit and intent of this one.
Any examples, Holly?
What
What you would
contracts?
sign, yeah. put it in, for
Mm.
instance.
No, not really. And vast town administrators have had those smaller contracts pop up that really need to be signed before they can get to a meeting.
Any other comments? You? Hearing none, we'll bring it to a vote. Jeff?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Now we're up to moving annual election warrant item. New unexpired terms. For the benefit of those in TV land who may or may not have seen the online version. This warrant is for Monday, May 19th, 2025, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the following purpose: casting votes in the town election for candidates for the following office. 1 member select board, a 1-year unexpired term. 2 members, the select board, a 3-year. This is the normal cycle. 1 member board of assessors, 3 years. 1 member board of health, 3 years. 1 member cemetery commission, 3 years. 1 member community preservation committee, 3 years. 1 member light and water commission, 3 years. 1 moderator, 1 year. 1 member housing authority, 5 years. 1 member planning board, 1 year unexpired. 2 members planning board, 5 years. 1 member sewer commission, 3 years. 1 member Narragansett Regional School District Committee, Templeton, 1 year unexpired. 1 member Narragansett Regional School District Committee, Templeton, 3 years. 1 member Narragansett Regional School District Committee, Phillipston, 2-year unexpired. 1 member Narragansett Regional School District Committee, Phillipston, 3 years. And this is a formality. We post this, we sign it, and then it gets directed, posted in each of the precincts, the post offices, Templeton, East Templeton, Baldwinville, Town Hall. It's delivered to the clerks, and these are signed by the constable of Templeton. Our standard boilerplate, if you will.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Curry.
I move to approve the annual election warrant as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion by the board? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Curry,
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you. Item K. No, item J, approving the annual town meeting warrant. These are out of order.
Yeah.
The one that we had
That's the new.
There's green highlights on anything with changes or anything that's new. 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . .
The amended agenda, this is item J, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Our last meeting, I believe the moderator, I think he was speaking as the moderator. John Graves was in here asking about Article 7, the surplus sewer easement with a lot of longitude and latitude stipulations there. And I believe what he had asked us was, hey, is this ready for prime time? It's not a direct quote, but that was his sentiment. It says submitted by the select board. I want to clarify and ask the other board members or any other people that have specific knowledge. Would this be submitted by the sewer commission? This is a sewer commission need, correct?
I was told it was submitted by the developer themselves. That's what I was told by Adam. I asked who.
I just
who
wanna know-
submitted it, and they said the
Yeah,
developer.
I just want to be clear, it says submitted by the select board, and I mean, I can read it and I can try and plot these out with my protractor and otherwise. I just want to be clear, what it is to make sure that, I'm glad that John brought it up to say, can we understand this? I just want to understand where it's, if we're submitting it, where did it come, how did it come to pass?
And we have in our packet the inconclusiveness of the article, the information of the inconclusiveness. He spoke to it,
Yes.
that there was a DEP petition outstanding, and we have it in our packet spelling it out. And there was no answer to it.
If I could piggyback off what she just said, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So, the town meeting is town meeting. Town meeting stuff gets presented out to the public or otherwise. We debate it, and ultimately town meeting's job is to decide. And our job is to make sure that we have the town's business timely, collated, and ready for town meeting. So I don't object to if this is town business and we need to make sure it gets in front of them, then, we can do that. If John's sentiment was that there's going to be a lot of questions, that's what town meeting's for. Will it be a lengthy debate? Probably. I just want to make sure that we're good stewards of this information before it gets to the floor.
Mr. Chair.
That's my own part.
I don't think it should get to the floor, because if anything starts and the DEP finds not in favor, then you're gonna have pipes to nowhere.
Can I counter?
What?
So wouldn't that be part of the debate? If we bring it to town meeting floor, if it's been properly presented and it goes to floor, we've had all kinds of technical experts speak on things, and come on. okay.
Hang on. This is currently board discussion. I'll get to citizen discussion in a moment.
No, it's a very serious issue that there's gonna be
It is
sewer
a
in a
serious
wetland.
issue.
And it should be figured out first, and that's. I don't find in favor of it being on the warrant. It's unprepared, there's not enough information. And I don't think it would be up for discussion at the town meeting. It would probably fail anyway, because they're not prepared, but it didn't go that far.
I don't know if that's a statement that I'm prepared to make, but as I went through this, looking at it, we do have, a bunch of supporting letters and documents to go through this. So as I was reading through this over the weekend and again, through the late nights, getting ready for this, I'm looking at this. We did have the NOI that was presented and it went through our Conservation Commission. Letter was transmitted to DEP. DEP has yet to respond to it. So I think Concon has the first pass and it has not made the cut there. Looking at the actual article, I think they're looking to see if the town authorized the select board to surplus the land, but I think that's a little presumptive at this point because we don't have all the approvals to even consider surplusing. That's just my thoughts on the process.
Mr. Chair.
Good.
I just wanted to let you know, I did speak to town council about it. It was on the warrant and I asked them to take a look at it. And I asked them is the cart before the horse? Should it go to the select board for their approval first or to town meeting? And they said you can do it either way, just so you have that piece of information. If you did bring it to town meeting, that doesn't mean it's going to happen until the select board votes on it. I just wanted to give you that information before you go further.
I see John Graves answered my question. He was speaking as a resident. Thanks, John.
Comments?
We're asking, seems like we're asking town meeting to approve something that has an appeal in the process right now. And also, has that project even been through all stages to be approved yet? And if it hasn't, it seems like, again, we're gonna do things out of order and get something approved. And then it's gonna turn around and let town meeting vote. Doesn't mean anything because the project's not approved or DEP, the appeal. They win that and they say, no, you can't do that. Well, we got a town meeting vote that said we can't, it's sort of like planning, and a lot of times this town is like really bad at it. It's, they want to do this project, so they go and present it, they go to the planning board, boom. And they said, well, okay, you want to go through this is your plan, you want to go through the wetlands, go to conservation. Apparently, some people on the conservation, and some residents don't think that's the way to go. I mean, you're putting a sewer pipe through the wetlands. It's not like it's a water main. Water main breaks, well, you just add to the wetlands. Sewer break, that's a big deal. That messes up a lot of things. And again, there's an appeal in process and it hasn't been approved to start with. So it seems like we're putting something in front of town meeting and asking them to vote on something before the previous steps have been done. I just don't think it should be put in front of them until all the prior steps are done. So it's done in order. They got to do this, just like a checklist. Boom, boom, boom. Don't go down to number 10 before you're done with number 6. There's
Can
no
I
many
interject
questions
something,
on
Jeff?
this. And we're asking town, and if town meeting approves it, but then the appeal comes back and they rule in the appellant's favor, can't do it that way. Somewhere down the line, somebody else could have a project and say, well, I already got a town meeting vote to run this through there, so it's just, we're asking town meeting to do something out of order, and I just don't think we, as the supposed managers of the town, and follow all these rules and regulations and deal with these various boards and commissions who all have a step in the process, we're out of sync. And I don't even think it should go in front of town meeting at this time. I don't see the rush, the need to do this. So I would not vote to approve the warrant with that article in there to go in front of town meeting.
Jeff, or through the chair, Jeff, so like Jeff is saying, and like Terry was saying, if we feel like it's not ready for prime time and it does go to town meeting, if we allow it to go to town meeting, I'm inclined to agree with Terry that people not having the right information, and it would be just an open-ended discussion where no one's able to answer, and Jeff is saying, you're jumping to item 10 and you haven't done 7 and 8.
Right.
If it were to fail, I would think that would, if in the fairness of, this project, the fairness of it, what's the likelihood that it would come back? The appetite to put it back on another warrant after we've already put it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like it would fail, and then we were like, oh, you got to go over, you got to do it all over again, rather than it waiting for it to be prepared. Yeah. I like the warrant. I like the warrant the way it is. I'd pull that
Chair.
if we needed to.
Bob, how do you feel about an easement on your driveway?
Well, it's definitely out of my scope of any future plans, but it's not my decision. It's more conservation and the town of Templeton.
Can we ask?
Well, you kind of opened it up to the floor now by doing that, Terry.
There's a more discussion.
Yeah. I'm good with the warrant, less Article 7, if you want to continue the conversation.
We did some other hands up.
Yep.
Now that we've taken the lid off the piano.
Yep.
Candace, you had your hand up?
I was just gonna say that, town meeting is long enough. We shouldn't be, like Jeff said, it's not finished. It has gone through its process. And we could be affecting it too in a negative way. So say it did pass the other way and now it comes through and it didn't, it failed on the floor. Now we've affected it a different way. There's so many different angles on how we can affect this. For the individuals who want it and for the individuals who don't want it. For the organizations that are in the process of doing it. I don't think it's ready to go to town floor. We're gonna sit there and debate something, spend extra time to the residents. On an article that's not ready. I don't think it's fair. We have a lot of work to do at that meeting as residents, and I think it's just gonna be extra work that's just not ready to go. It's overstepping its boundary. It's still being, doing its process.
Ron, I saw your hand up. Thank you, Candace.
Yeah.
Ron Abbott on 112 Brooks Road. If the question before the board were to install this low pressure sewer easement, through that easement, you would all be correct. That is not the question before the board. I met with Adam probably 3 months ago about this subject matter. And through the course of that discussion, Adam suggested to me that the next step, and I'll back up. This has been approved by the sewer department. It has, the town DPW has said they don't currently have anything in their view that would obstruct this project from going forward. It has been approved by the Concom. There was an appeal that went before DEP. DEP has that under review. I spoke with Graz Engineering yesterday. They have not heard back from DEP on the appeal, but they expect to any day now. The question that Adam placed before the committee for the town warrant is to determine whether or not this easement, because it is surplus land, needs to go before a private firm for evaluation to create a value of this easement so that the developer can make a decision whether or not to proceed forward. If all of a sudden the town hires someone to evaluate this easement and the easement comes out to $1 million, the project's not going forward, and at least not in that direction. But the question before the board is whether or not it should be on the town warrant to be determined as A, surplus land, or B, should it go before a private firm for evaluation of the easement. Has nothing to do with the construction, zero.
Thank you for that.
And when lastly, only maybe 10 days ago, when I was doing grandpa duty at the bus stop, I saw him and he said, Ron, remember, you've got a board meeting coming up that you better be at. So you can talk about whether or not this should be surplus or should it go to a private firm for evaluation.
Mr. Chair. Go ahead. I think that, what was your first name, Ron?
Ron?
Yeah.
Ron, I think one of the biggest things that you said is you got to understand where it's coming from. So to understand, and thank you for a quick synopsis of that. When I look at these, and most of them are by the select board because we create the warrant articles based on the business out there. You said that the sewer commission and Concom both endorsed, they met, they're the experts. They're way better experts than I am about reading all these things and understanding what the why is, and that it's part of a process to be able to at least assess readiness of a project. I get that part. When I first started talking about it, I was saying, why is the bill, I'm kind of juxtaposing some words here. Why is the bill not sponsored by the right people? Why wouldn't this say, submitted on behalf of the Concom and Sewer Commission by the Select Board? We've done that in the process, and that frames it for the right discussion at town meeting, where people aren't firing questions up at us. And I'm like, I 26 North by 32 minutes. I don't know. Surplus land. It's part of the process. I don't know. But if it's presented with bill sponsors or warrant article sponsors, that makes it at least a little bit better to chew on, and at least frames it for the people that show up to town meeting.
If I may follow, I agree with that. And I, unfortunately, I was not asked to take part in how that was framed and how that was worded. Adam.
Oh, we could change it tonight.
Adam told me he took care of submitting it to the board for review for the town warrant. And that I needed to be here to answer questions if questions came up. And that's the only reason my father-in-law and I are both here for that purpose only. The way I understood his logic was, if it is on the town warrant, it has to be on by tonight's meeting. And if all of a sudden tomorrow DEP calls and says the appeal's been denied, then it proceeds right forward to town meeting to determine only whether or not it should be surplus, which keeps it under, I believe it's a $30,000 roof. Or if it's over 30,000, then you have to go out and hire a private firm to evaluate this easement.
Yeah.
And at that point, if all of a sudden we get to town meeting, which is what, 4 or 5 weeks from now, and DEP still hasn't decided on the appeal, then you pass over it. But you can't get it on there in the next 4 or 5 weeks if you folks don't make that decision tonight. And I thought it was good logic when he explained that to me. And thankfully, the folks standing behind him now are helping me to understand the process, because it is very confusing on how municipalities move forward through the step-by-step process. But I'm getting a pretty rapid education this week.
Yeah. And just the difference between the draft Article 6, this was moved to Article 7, the language is completely different. The language is completely
No, the
different.
language hasn't changed.
This was in Article 6.
That's exactly how it was in the draft warrant.
Seems
It's only moved because I had to add Article 1.
It's just, I didn't remember seeing the direct dimensions. My bad.
The board's apprehension to move forward with approving the installation is absolutely correct. You shouldn't be doing that. It has nothing to do with that. Not even close to construction. The project's not even finished being designed. Because if all of a sudden we find out that the town has determined that the small piece of land that the DPW is never going to use is available and it's surplus, then the project's probably going to move forward. We'll finish the design, come up with exactly what the impact is, and present that to you next year. But if the town determines it's got to go to a private firm for evaluation and to create a value of this little easement behind the town barn, then we need to know what that value is. Once we know what that value is, now we can make an intelligent decision. Is this project worth moving forward? Or do we revert back to putting in 20 some odd septic systems above grade?
Mr. Chair,
Completely understand.
who would pay for that special consultation?
The developer.
The developer pays for it.
And that's only if the town, through its own evaluation, determines that it is worth $30,000 or more. And forgive me, I don't know if it's 30 or less or 30 or more. It's refined language there.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mike.
I would approve the warrant if we made a change, because I don't feel it's being presented to the town properly unless it's sponsored by the people that actually reviewed the technical details of this. So Concom and Sewer Commission, I'd like them to sponsor it and for the select board to, I mean, we're making the warrant. You know how we've worded them before, submitted by the submitted by the Concom and Sewer Commission on behalf of the select board. I think that's what we wind up saying. Oh, I generated a question.
So does it require a second?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm progressing the conversation to say, I understand the necessity for process. And I appreciate the I knew it was going to be something like that. I knew it wasn't an automatic trying and run around, drop, construction stuff, and if someone made a floor amendment where it was contingent on the DEP's determination, that's again, what can happen at town meeting to say, here are the cautions that we have for that. But I think it brought up a question from Jess.
Hi, Jessica Case, Templeton Conservation, and Lori Wida, Director of Development Services.
So I think our problem is at the very basic start is that Mr. Lamontagne didn't include us in on this.
Okay.
So it being on the warrant is sponsored by him.
And furthermore,
Therefore, the select.
and it can't be sponsored by the Conservation Commission. The appeal specifically states to DEP for a superseding order of conditions. And if that goes through, then Mass DEP would sponsor the site, and the Conservation Commission of Templeton would have nothing to do with it. So we can't sponsor it. The article, to your point.
I have a follow-up question, Mr. Chair. Go ahead. So what is the proper way for it to appear? I get that Adam was processing the discussion and otherwise, but again, that's a pretty technical article.
Submitted by a,
Citizen petition?
well, I don't know if there is a citizen petition.
Well, I mean, that is a mechanism, and I recognize that right.
But
I understand what Adam would do as well, because it's taking, again, town business, we're processing it through. It's a very technical thing for the select board to, without coordination, for the select board to then own. And again, I'll say it again, where are the questions going to be generated? By the way it's written, they're going to be, what's up, select board? And, like Jeff was saying, we're going to be like, I think we're on step 7 of 25 and we forgot 3 and 2. I don't know.
The wording of the article is for town meeting to authorize the select board to surplus this 20-foot wide strip of land.
Because we're the authority.
I don't understand why this sewer line isn't going down Brooks Road to Baldwinville Road. Why does it have to go through town wetlands?
But this is about the property, right? This is about the status of that property. From the way that Ron was saying it, it's like, this is a town meeting vote to basically assess what is that property worth? What are you going to do with that property? if we say that property, and again, I'm paraphrasing, I heard what you said, that's $1 million, they're gonna say, no way, we're not gonna
Right.
do that project, we're gonna go do something else. But it's almost like when we give, we've done it before, we put a question out there to see if the town would be interested in, we did it on our I forget whether it was fall or otherwise, we put questions at
The
the end.
non-binding question.
A non-binding question, yes, exactly.
Stonebridge and one other one.
If I may answer, Selectman Bennett's question.
Go ahead, Ron.
The reason that it would go through the narrow strip of land behind the town barn is it's far less impactful to the town because it's a small piece of property that needs to be determined whether it's surplus or needed. And it's, if you knew the location, it's so far over from the town barn, it's highly unlikely that they would ever need it. They haven't in all the years that they've ever been there. If it ran down Brooks Road, it'd be a huge disruption to Brooks Road because you'd be cutting through multiple driveways and a half a mile of asphalt. It's a far bigger impact to the town than running through this 20-foot strip of land. Quite small.
But the sewer customer would be paying those costs, just like if you tie into the sewer, there's a big cost to do that. Same thing with water. It's,
Mr. Chair.
Good.
So I received multiple emails and texts with regard to this issue, and one of the questions was who authorized it to be on the warrant, and I went to Adam, and he said the developer. That's from my perspective, but it never came before our board, to my knowledge. It just was, and then when Adam, after a while, he said, I'd recommend it to go with surplus, but those are the two pieces that not in conjunction with each other, separate times, but those were the two things that I heard, because people are very concerned to know what's going on with this situation.
Yeah, and it was communication wise, it was a very tumultuous January and February, so.
Does he have? the
If
right
stuff
to
gets
do-
lost in the translation, I understand that, but
So how did it come on then? It says select board, but we didn't put it on there.
Adam worked with Ron. He came to him, Adam said, all right, I've got to figure this out as a proper, determining the status of the property. Again, it's got a lot of lat long and otherwise, but we didn't understand that that's what the purpose of it was.
We also had a lot of presentations on this. And I was looking back
Yeah.
through old meeting minutes, the maps, the gradients.
Yep.
Because I remember asking one of the questions where it was some went downhill, some was going up. It's like, how's that water gonna flow up that grade?
Yeah. So I get it, and I understand that there were glitches along the way, and again, we either got to own it or we got to talk about what is the contingency to address it. It's got to be addressed. We just, we have to come up with, how do we want to do that? I think you got a question in the audience. Go ahead.
There also hasn't been any environmental impact studies done.
Lisa, I'm gonna have you come forward. You're soft spoken and I
Sorry.
don't think the mics on the ceiling will catch it.
Lisa Bassel, 40 Bass's Common.
Thank you.
There's also been no environmental impact studies done, and there hasn't been, like, who's to say that it's surplus land if there isn't studies done to see how it's gonna impact it, or our town's growing. So who exactly is gonna determine it as surplus land? That's just the thought.
Mr. Chair, I also have a question, how it impacts the new fence, if you can answer how it impacts the Baptist Common.
Environments.
It's not new there.
Not there.
It's not new.
Is
Let me just-
it usable? Through the chair? What's your opinion? Is it good to be surplus?
Who you-
Prefer not to answer.
Lawyer boss.
who you-
Well, I mean, Lisa asked the question, she's like, well, why is it being determined surplus? So someone can say, you said it's on the back side, wherever, is that a fair characterization to what Ron said about this 20-foot swath of
As
land?
far as a highway department, it says unusable land for us. but I'm not gonna determine if it can be surplus or not. That's,
I got you, but it can't be used for anything else. We're getting somewhere now.
Because it's wetlands. We have to replace the.
Justice, I see your hand up.
I'm Justice Graves, just speaking as the deputy assessor. So when it comes to property, and property rights, town meeting, when it comes to its own land, has original jurisdiction on that. So determining surplus, is the same as determining if you would like to sell a property. But to my understanding of the article, it's asking town meeting to determine that it wants to surplus its rights and sell those rights as an easement for access onto that property to another entity. As the legislative authority, town meeting has that right, similar to if it was, I mean, this is for an easement, but it would be the same process for if you were selling town land. Who determines who it gets sold to? Well, that would be town meeting telling the select board to then sell that property at its fair cash value according to what a independent appraiser would appraise that easement at. So I don't know if that helps with any of the discussion, but.
No, I completely understand that spirit and intent. What we have here that's gumming up the works is it's gone through Concom. There has been an appeal filed, and now we have Mass DEP involved with this as well. And we don't have a response to that NOI that's been filed, so that just makes it even more convoluted. Ron, I saw
Mr.
your
Chair?
hand. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I mean, can this, can this be postponed to the our next meeting? The fall?
Yeah.
If we're desynchronized and we need time to do that, can it wait to another town meeting?
If I may,
Go ahead, Ron.
the installation certainly can. We're simply trying to determine the valuation of this easement of unused land that the town has. Tonight's meeting and the future warrant meeting in 4 or 5 weeks would purely be to determine whether or not the town wants to sell, give, or otherwise transfer this land, or make it available, not transfer, make it available to the developer to move forward with a project which it would eventually design and create a system that needs to also be approved at a future meeting, which would be next year. Right now, we've got to stay focused. We keep getting gummed up on things about whether or not this is it safer to put it down Brooks Road? Is it safer to put it through this easement? That's got nothing to do with tonight's discussion. It's purely the piece of land. And once the question is answered as to whether or not the town is willing to part with this small piece of land, then it throws information back at the developer to determine whether or not he wants to proceed with putting this low pressure sewer main through this easement, or does he go back to designing 20 some odd above ground septic systems on Brook Road?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mike.
Then this article is not, it has gone beyond what you're trying to do, because you're talking about a few steps. So where it says to surplus a 20-foot wide, and I know this is sausage making, but I guess we have to do it. Surplus a 20-foot wide easement for the purpose of installing and maintaining sewer piping and manholes across the property. But that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to determine.
If you want to
sell
sell
it.
it, keep it.
Right.
So let's change that language.
Okay,
It's just
perfect.
change the line right now. And that way we all feel better that we are going in there. We're not giving any authorization to put installation of sewer piping and manholes and all that stuff. And we're basically just determining if this is surplus and saleable land.
Well said.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. So to answer kind of or respond to what Ron said, so who would determine the surplus is once the board voted that they wanted to proceed with this after you go through all your steps before you go to town meeting, we would have to have an appraisal done. So this going to town meeting is not going to determine the value of it or whether it's surplus. That's up to the board as the custodians of town land to do before it goes to town meeting, in my opinion. town council said it could go either way. But to Mike's point, this is going to be very confusing. No one has all the answers. We don't know if it's surplus yet. We don't know the value of it. And we don't know the Mass DEP resolution.
Sounds like the cop before the horse.
Yeah. Mike's working on some language. here
Yeah.
real quick, I can see.
Determining the value and potential. Development services,
Yes, sir.
help me out with this. 20-foot wide easement for the purpose of determining the value and potential sale of the property known as 381 Baldwinville Road, and we keep all the lot and long. Does that do what we need to for a step to at least it's information that we're looking for, not whether a process is, we're not given a
selling
permit
it.
or anything like
Right.
that, right?
Right.
We're not even talking about the purpose. We're just talking about the land. Forget about what the project is or anything else.
Correct.
We like to figure out, let's figure out this piece of property, what it's worth.
Are you willing to part with it?
Yeah,
So, Mr. Chair.
you got a lot of hands on that too.
Do we need to put an article on just to find out how much a piece of land costs? Or can our board put it on a future agenda and
We do not, because it is up to the developer to come up with the dollar amount. That is part of their process.
so this doesn't
We-
need to be on?
This does need to be on. We need to see, does the town have the appetite to agree to authorize us to surplus the land? That is the question. We're not saying why we're surplusing it. We're asking, is there an appetite to surplus the land? Number of hands. I believe you were first, Justice.
Oh, okay. Justice Graves speaking as deputy assessor. I just want to clarify, since this is an easement on here, there's a difference between selling land and selling an easement. An easement is rights to the land.
Right.
So you wouldn't be selling 381 Baldwinville Road or a portion thereof. It would be selling the easement as described in the article.
Determining the value and potential easement.
I'm not a lawyer on that, so.
Okay, but I changed the word sale because you said it's not sale, it's
Well, it's a sale of the.
easement feasibility.
Still don't think we're ready with the language.
Easement through the property at three.
Should we be guessing at
I mean, I don't-
language?
Yeah,
We shouldn't be guessing at language.
I'm just working on trying to do a compromise for what it's supposed to be. If it appears offensive in terms of that it's going too far, what are we trying to do? What's the right language? I think it's salvageable, but at some point, we're gonna get to it in the room and say, you know what? Let's push this to the right.
Jess, I saw your hand up as well.
Same comment.
Same comment. Lisa, I saw your hand up. Same comment.
Here's my questions. Hi,
Hi,
Joanne.
Joanne.
Burton. I'd like to, differ that this is unused land. I performed some reconnaissance work on the property, so I got a good look. And, this is a significant wetland. As its function is to hold, stormwater, floodwater. So this is not, this is land. This is land that's very much needed to control storm and floodwater. It's like your natural sponge. So in that sense, I disagree. This is an important functioning wetland. And to disturb it would ultimately stormwater and flood issues. So it is useful. It's used by the water to place the water to go. It's a very important function.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Ron.
The current early plan of the design as is normal and typical with all of these types of wetland crossings. Absolutely positively, through all of the DEP requirements, requires that the land be put back as found. So it will still function as a wetland after this low pressure sewer line is put through it. In fact, when you get into the very specific requirements in any of these DEP serious restrictions, it tells you precisely how to do it, to the point where it often tells you to set aside the topsoil that were found there and put them back, so that you're getting the native plants back in the same place. I've done this 1,000 times all over Massachusetts.
Thank you for that.
Listen,
To add to that, if I may.
Go ahead.
I have I have a video of my stream that runs into that wetlands that my property abuts where they want to put the, I don't know if you can see it, I can send it to you. I'll walk up it. That's my stream that runs to the backside of that. And it ends up where they want to put the easement through. It's a significant water flow, and as Joanne said, that's where it all goes. So. Very well in this land.
Mr. Chair. Just two things, what Lisa and Joanne have basically given us, that's exactly what I would expect at town meeting.
Yes.
And to Jeff's point earlier about, steps and, whether this cake was coming out of the oven too early. I think our discussion tonight and our, willingness to go through and say, what are we trying to do to make sure that something that we already have, it's got a placeholder, it's got an article number, or otherwise, how should it appear that way? So I feel better about what the process is. Certainly the wording is it's upsetting to a lot of people because it makes it seem like the project is much further along than it is, when all we're trying to do is determine whether this could be surplus, whether this could be, what the cost is and what potential for an easement. I would like to see Article 7 on there, but with an amendment that we would make tonight. And I've already kind of talked through it. There were some hands that went up, but we changed the language and then the hands went back down. So I think we're in a better place with it. But just, to go back to my original point, I think that's exactly the debate that you would wind up seeing, is that, whether it was talking about a video, an experience with, look like you were walking your dogs through there, that would be the vignette that we would hear at town meeting. Joanne would talk through it about it from her view of it's, you just can't take wetland and discount its wetlandness. You know what I mean? So.
That's exactly why there's an appeal in with the DEP right now, is because.
Why
there's a process that needs to be put in place and followed.
I would recommend to somebody that was opposed to it, because they knew about that, is that we would do an amendment. I mean, I don't know if we can write it in there tonight, pending the outcome of the DEP. But I would definitely think that would be a floor amendment if we had unknown information.
I disagree. I don't think we should be in a rush. I think we rush too much and then we backpedal and it's not right. And I don't agree with us coming up with the language. Because I'm not an attorney. I didn't go to law school. I just don't see we're ready. I don't think it's ready. I think there are too many mitigating factors to bring it forward until fall.
Do we know? I'm gonna stop the citizen input. This is a board discussion at this point, because we do still have a number of items to get through on the agenda. My biggest concern is the fact we're not hearing back from DEP. So if we keep this on, it may just end up being a placeholder, and come the night of the meeting and the town meeting, it may just get skipped over in its entirety and have to come back at a future town meeting. That is in the back of my mind, and it's something I'm kind of reserving to. Thoughts of the rest of the board on that as well. I don't know. I
And
truly
again, that
don't
could-
know.
You know, I think Ron kind of talked through that from another angle.
Mhm.
That could actually be the town meeting's decision. We could get to the second the moderator says Article 7, someone's gonna pop up and say, I wish to table Article 7. And if people are of the same opinion of Lisa and Joanne, people are gonna vote for it.
Or if
The
the
table.
DEP comes back with a negative finding in response to the
Mm.
letter, you know, we would table Article 7.
Yeah. I've got nothing further to add to it. I mean, I think it was good discussion, but whatever the board.
I think it was excellent discussion and
Whatever the board wants to do with it.
it's a good forecast of what I anticipate will happen in May.
Just Mr. Chair, in the interest of a tally, I had nothing else on the warrant. Leave it to-
Everything else was
Yeah,
looking,
I'll leave it to Jeff and Terry and you.
Mr. Chair,
go ahead, Jeff.
are we gonna go down article by article or just whatever member might have a question on?
With anything with a question.
Okay, I have a question on Article 15. To set the salaries of elected town officials. It has select board each, $3,750. But in the budget that we have not voted to finalize yet, it has select board stipends of $2,550.
I updated that after everyone was talking at the budget meeting about putting them back, but that's sort of a
Well,
guesstimate at this point until we finalize the budget numbers.
right, so I mean, in that, how can I vote to approve this if we don't have that set yet? That's,
Yeah,
uh,
I think we can do the discussion on this tonight and hold off approval until the next meeting. I did talk to Carol, so we could get it approved at the next meeting and still get it out in plenty of time.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
and I also, and I don't know,
That's a good catch because I skipped right over that.
well, it won't affect the bottom line, so I don't have to worry about that, but.
Mr. Chair, should we discuss Article 1? That's the one that we added with this, it's a late bill.
Sure.
Chief Dickey can explain why that's on there for me.
Good evening again. So that's a late bill that did not even come in until after the fiscal year was over. The fire we had at the horse barn on Patriots Road, in May, I believe it was. We needed to get a, contractor in to take the barn down so that we could finish, putting the fire out. Typically, what happens is, we tell the property owner they have to have someone come in, we can do it. The property owner's responsibility to pay for it. Property owner was not on site and we could not get a hold of him again. When the decision was made that we needed to take it down to finish putting the fire out. And under, mass law, I can make that decision and it has to be done. For safety of the community to put the fire out. And I did have the fire marshal actually on site that night, and he reiterated that back to me that night. So typically, the property owner will make the arrangements, they pay the bill. Property owner was not there, was not able to do it. We reached out and got somebody that was able to come out and take it down. They did not have proper billing information or whatnot. I did not get a bill for this until after July. So I could not even address it in the same fiscal year. So
And that's why it's coming out as a late bill.
There is mass general law to allow for spending on emergencies without an appropriation. Or above appropriation. It's snow and ice, health issue, emergencies like this, so. If that's what the bill is for, then that's.
Thank you for that, Steve. Sir.
Here, do you mind if I go through the changes?
Go right ahead.
On Article 2, at the budget discussion, somebody, I believe it was one of the board members, had asked me to add to the snow and ice, make that 180,000. So I made that change. On Article 6, we have the language in there that Matt Rebird had sent me after his last meeting. And that has gone to town council, the whole thing has, and they said that looks good. They're still finalizing everything else. Article 12, the state audit article, we put that language in there. I believe Jeff had sent me that.
Well, that was
And
fine.
that was yours, okay. And they suggested we put the source in there, and I believe you had said free cash.
Yes.
And that we take out up to, but not to exceed, and just do the 12,500.
Okay.
And then there's the 3750 on Article 15 that we had changed, potentially should stay there. Article 19, the Berry Road design grant match of the 10,000. That was added. And town council said that looked good. On the Narragansett Regional School District, their assessment came in a little under $500 less than what the article had, so I just adjusted that, so the amount that will contribute from free cash, excuse me, from stabilization will be 214,534 to bring that to the 8,787,299 that was on their certified assessment.
It says free cash in the article. And I know that's what the previous town administrator had recommended. So are we doing certified free cash or are we
Oh,
doing?
you know, I'm gonna have to check, because I thought he said stabilization. I will double check on that.
Adam?
Yeah,
He definitely said free cash.
okay.
That was a part of his, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, you're correct.
That was part of his revenue sheet in our budget book.
So is that, excuse me, Mr. Chair, through you, is that to include from free cash? Is that?
It says free cash. She just misspoke. She said stabilization, but it is correct to say free cash.
I believe that was it for the changes, except for the numbers.
Thanks, Ollie.
A go back question.
Go ahead.
You presented at citizen input and I was looking at Article 14 and I just want to make sure. Will we supposed to submit that as it is, or were you asking for that to be number to be bumped up? It says to see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $178,650 and no cents to operate the cable department for fiscal year 2026 and to meet said appropriation by a transfer of $3,650 and no cents from the certified retained earnings of the cable fund, a transfer of $50,000 and no cents from certified free cash, and the balance from the receipts and revenues to be collected on behalf of the cable department the said fiscal year or take any other action. Is that what you were speaking to?
Well, I was asking that our free cash be bumped from 50 to 100,000 because we can rely on grant money.
That's what I thought I heard.
I can check the other numbers.
We have to run the numbers in our budget.
You know where they come from?
No, well. this
So
was-
he's moving 3,650 over from his small
enterprise
retained
fund, yeah.
earnings. That's the balance, right?
The enterprise fund, yeah.
And then everything else that he's got is
Uh,
cable receipts.
But he's asking us to
For another 50,000 of free cash.
free cash.
We're 50,000 short on personnel.
I thought that was coming from Light and Water.
That's capital.
Oh, what?
We're already, Mr. Chair, we're already slicing and dicing our free
Yep.
cash up.
Yep. So if we're gonna start doing that, we're violating our own policy, because we generally do not take citizen input and take action on the same night. We can look at that at a future meeting. And that is per our operating policy. I understand the spirit and intent.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So, given the amount of discussion and, hearing Holly say we do have time if we needed another meeting to be able to, adjudicate some things, whether we come up with proper language for that article. I mean, again, we can, whether it's tonight or our next meeting, to decide what we want with Article 7, to delay it, to change it or otherwise, and then to Jeff's point, voting on the budget changes. Do we want to try and accomplish that tonight, or do we want to push this to our next meeting? That's my
Well, I
question.
know, what do you call that? In the countdown to town meeting, we voted in that it would be to get the warrant to the advisory committee
Oh, yeah.
by April 10th per the a chapter of the bylaws, but that bylaw no longer exists.
Correct.
So the only requirement of the bylaw is the advisory committee has to have their recommendations to the public no later than 2 days before the annual town meeting. So we do have time to either have a special meeting or to do the budget and the warrant at our next meeting. But like I said, I know we did vote in the countdown to get it, but there's a notation in there. Section 4 of the bylaw under the advisory, but it's no longer in there. So we're not bound by a bylaw to get it to them tomorrow.
There's nothing wrong with it, Jeff. There's nothing wrong with the draft. I mean, if we give them a fresh copy with, thank you for the changes. If we give them a fresh copy with the changes to say the numbers are right, here's the reason why we're in delay right now, but this is a good draft for you to take action on.
But I mean, we're not bound by
Oh,
bylaw
yeah.
to get it to them.
But I mean, good faith,
Just- yeah,
good faith.
So am I hearing the consensus of the board to bring this back and defer this to our meeting on the 23rd?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead,
I
sir.
move to table the annual town meeting warrant until the April
23rd.
23rd meeting. And to make necessary research and corrections.
Motion on the floor to table to the 23rd. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion with a second. Any further discussion by the board?
The action items are Article 7, clarity, and just make sure that the budget is solid for the numbers that you specified. Okay. I just want to make sure we're clear.
Hearing no discussion, how we vote, Jeff?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Item K, updated budget documents.
Thank you, Bob. Night,
You as well.
Chief Vicky.
Good night.
Be well.
Chief Delegate, you forgot your. Yeah.
Oh, you must be tired.
Yep.
You skipped an article again.
Uh-oh.
Well, the new one, we're going from J to K.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, it looks like we go from town meeting warrant.
CBD.
Yep,
Sorry.
you're looking at the old,
Feeling.
yep.
Item L.
Night, gentlemen.
We have in our packet with the updated agenda, item L, property lien agreement for 51 Walnut Street, Baldwinville.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Peter Sanborn had sent this to me. This is one of those loans that has already reached its 15 years, so they do not have to pay anything back. And I believe they're selling their property, so they need this lien removed. Peter had, I think back when Carter was here, I believe he had the board agree that generally these that aren't going to cost any money and just need to be released anyway would be signed by the chair. But since we didn't have that in place, I wanted to make sure I brought this to the meeting. If the board's agreeable to that in the future, I can just have the chair sign these. But for this one, we'll need to have it approved and signed so we can get the lien released for them.
Yep, and looking at the date this was executed, it looks like it actually should have been done almost 2 years ago. Do we know how much of this was repaid or if any of it was repaid? Did Peter share any of that with us?
No, none of it was repaid after following year 15, it's 0%. So if they own the house for those 15 years, then they don't owe anything at that point.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Curry,
I move to approve the lien release for 51 Walnut Street and for the chair to sign.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion by the board? Hearing none, we'll bring this to a vote. Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Curry?
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you. Action M. Terry, this one's yours. Updated select board policies and procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I looked up the role of the clerk and I had mentioned at the last meeting. I just, out of a sense of frustration and duty to the public. We have a lot of correspondence and I felt that when I think of clerk, I think of a clerk does meeting minutes and reports on things like correspondence and I read what it says now and what I'd like to add to it. And according to Mr. Bennett, he reminded me that it has to be on 2 agendas in a row. I think it would give the public a better sense that when they come before citizen input, somebody's recording it and potentially bringing it back to the board for future action or non-action. There's been I noticed in the read file, there are confidential things that cannot be revealed to the public, but there are things that there is a new generated interest, particularly like the railroad, when they're spraying for mosquitoes or they're working on the rails themselves, because it is an active railroad, that the residents over there or wherever the railroad is, if we vote to put it in the clerk, she could announce it or he could announce it, and then it could go on our town webpage. And it would just, I think, I'll read what it says now, and then I'll read what I'm looking for, and then I'll shut up. Responsibilities of the clerk. The clerk shall attest to all public documents as may be required to conduct the town's business. The clerk shall sign official documents on behalf of the board in instances where only one signature is required and on all approved minutes. So I would like to add to that, the clerk shall report all public correspondence within the select board read file or email. And I put in email because I got an email from a resident with BDA questions and I printed it off. And they brought it to the meeting, but I had already printed it off because it was in my email. For the board to, so within the select board read file or email for the board to acknowledge, any binding or private email shall remain confidential and not reported. The clerk shall keep track of all citizen input and bring back to the board for discussion and action on a future agenda. Or a future agenda. The clerk shall record any executive session meeting minutes when an administrative professional is not present due to a conflict of interest. And I'm also asking there be a weekly agenda item titled clerk or correspondence. And I think I might see something that I could improve on already. I don't know what the board wants to do, but. So in the clerk. All right, I think I got it right. 3 things: public correspondence, read file, email, citizen input. So I think I'm in an executive session because at the last executive session, we decided at the last minute and it was a little bit confusing because I said I would do it. Mike had his thing out, and this would just streamline the process. Executive session where it's a conflict of interest, boom, the clerk does it. So, and that's it. And I moved to put this on next week's agenda for further review. I don't know if there's any action the board wants me to take to send it out to you guys or update, but I don't know.
Mr. Chair. I like everything you have here. Just like semantics. Why is it all in caps?
Oh, because I changed it. That's my language.
You want it to appear that way?
Oh, no, I just put it there so you'd know what I was
Oh, okay, all right,
changing.
okay.
And notice I put public in dark bold.
All right.
Public correspondence. Not
Carrie
private.
doesn't go.
Right. I just like line throughs or red or whatever.
I never did it before.
Maybe I'm just getting one
I
in.
know, I love it.
I love it as long as it's not in all caps.
Oh, it's like I'm yelling.
Yes.
Yes.
The clerk, well.
Yelling at me.
It's good, Terry.
It is.
So I should have put it in regular and then just bolded it all.
Yeah.
Regular type, bold it all.
Well, you put the original
Yep.
on the top
Regular.
and then you said add. I can see that you just copied what you had. So I would have figured it out. I just thought
Okay.
maybe there was some hidden meaning. Maybe you didn't. I think it's great, Terry.
It will help people.
And we'll add that to next agenda as well.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Item M is also yours.
N or M?
Emma.
Is it the Pepper letter? And the response letter?
Yes.
Yeah. So keep it simple, because we're here. I don't know what time it is, but please forgive me. My
Nine.
capacity is, I didn't memorize any script on this. But I want to thank, so first of all, I want to acknowledge that Mike wrote the original letter. I thought it was Tim, but Mike wrote the original letter 2 years ago to the Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, with regard to the Gardner Sludge landfill expansion. They had a draft environment, they were doing they reported to the Massachusetts Environmental Protection Act. And it was voted that there was a comment period, so Gardner's looking to expand their landfill. For those that don't know, I'll backtrack a little bit. And they had a plan put out by Woodard and Curran, and we weren't notified. And so Adam sent a letter, which I have here, and it's in your packet, to Mayor Nicholson, and we got no response. Because in the end, it will be 1,385 feet from the Otter River. We have aquifers out there that don't have a clay barrier. There's a lot of problems with it. And so MIPA open comment period was open to go to the Environmental Protection Act and the Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs. We wrote in, and it took 2 years for Woodard and Curran to answer. And with the help of a lot of people listening to me and Mike's original letter, I drafted this for the residents of Templeton, going over. So I don't know if you want to look at anything or you have any questions for me. I can read it out loud. I can show you how their response, I mean, everything looks great on paper until you sit down and you really think about it and look at it. For instance, air quality. They want, and we asked that there be a better system in place for the public so that they don't get sick when the smell is obnoxious. So the end of my letter is, the way they answered it back is they left it on the public still, instead of using technologies that could alert the manager of the landfill that there's gaseous odors exceeding a certain amount. Get out there and do something. Don't let your residents get sick. Don't let the people of Templeton get sick. Can I just read my letter? Is that okay? Okay, so, and I'm not, like, I sound mad, but I'm not mad. I even I looked up the air sensors that we got to see if it was still a grant that I could suggest to Gardner. And they're not, they ended in 2024. I mean, right now, there's no way of telling, of monitoring. How do you go down, like, I forget if it's how many stories they're gonna be building up on these expansion. How do you go down to the bottom and test if there's a leak at the bottom? And that's where the aquifers are, so. Rebecca Tepper, Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs. Dear Secretary Tepper, we, the Select Board of Templeton, Mass, are writing in response to the DEIR, which is Draft Environmental Impact Report, prepared by Woodard and Curran for the City of Gardner about the Gardner Sludge Landfill expansion. EEA number 16643, published in the Environmental Monitor on 3/26/25. So this is their answer, was published. That opened the 30-day comment period, because that was, the original was in March of 2022. So our concerns continue to mount about the potential threat to our wells, wetlands, and air quality. The technical certainties of this project are not a guarantee regarding hazards or exceedances that may occur, as evidenced in the current landfill Conservation Commission enforcement order relative to discharges to a bordering vegetated wetland. The DEIR describes an elaborate stormwater management system in section 6.4, but it lacks substance in the event of an actual failure to stormwater, as evidenced in section 6.7 impact summary statement quoted below. The increased, this is the quote from the report that I have here. The increased capacity of the project to manage stormwater would limit potential pollution or sedimentation of downstream water resources and present present impacts to the surrounding natural communities. Therefore, there are no stormwater related impacts anticipated with this project. Now, we all know that the current landfill close is leaking. So my letter further says, limit doesn't mean eliminating altogether, and potential indicates there's still a risk. Therefore, is the city of Gardner prepared to fund corrective action in response to an actual contamination incident? We are also aware of the groundwater monitoring system presented in section 5, but what is unclear is the detailed plan to notify the town of Templeton's administrator select board office should exceedances be found in the landfills monitoring wells. From reading the DEIR, it is still unclear what protective actions or procedures will take place in the event of contamination of Templeton's drinking water. It is also unclear if the city of Gardner is responsible for financial costs in the event of a contamination to our public and private drinking water wells. Is the city insured or bonded in the event of a catastrophe? Currently, there are 33 exceedances happening in its present state-of-the-art, now closed solid waste landfill that are without remedy. As abutters, Templeton Board of Health, Water Department, and its select board should be updated on a regular basis with regard to these landfill systems. Our drinking water quality depends on it. About tracking air quality, we find sections 7.7 and section 7.8 to be antiquated. This project fails to utilize available technologies for odor detection, putting people at risk. Automated detection systems which report or track air quality measurements such that the city would be required to take immediate action without relying on or putting the public at risk should be in place before gaseous odors become a problem. Overall, we find this report to be inconclusive and dismissive of our concerns regarding risk mitigation. We reiterate our need for the project owners to offer a detailed hazard mitigation plan reviewed by experts and selected emergency management officials that is based on the likelihood and severity of a possible contamination breach. We wish to keep our residents safe and informed of potential threats to their drinking water, wetlands, and air. Thank you for your attention to detail in this matter, Select Board. And I have when I was reviewing it, it says selected emergency management officials. I was wondering if we should include Rich Curtis in this, like put his name in there, because he selected, we could be the ones that put the selected.
Who are the experts? So I get, you're trying to identify selected emergency management officials as Rich
Yeah.
Curtis. So who are the experts? Who wrote this letter?
Who wrote what?
Who wrote this letter?
Me.
All right, so you're the expert.
What are you saying?
I'm saying to offer a detailed hazard mitigation plan reviewed by experts and selected emergency management officials that is based on the likelihood and severity. So you wrote the letter on it. We're writing it based on your research.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Good. Got a question. Good. Conservation agent, do you have anything to say about this? We have experts in town and, I just like as one of them, I just, this was written by Terry as an expert and I just want to frame the letter because this says, we, the Select Board of Massachusetts. That's so.
What is it?
We, the Select Board, this is a board, this is a letter coming from the
Templeton,
Select
Mass.
Board.
Yeah.
Very technical, very rebutting lots of detail or otherwise, and you're saying that you're the expert that.
I'm saying I read and went over with several different people, their response. So I also put in pictures of the current of the current situation that's without remedy.
Okay.
So I don't know if you looked through your packet and if the public
Mhm.
wants to see any of the
Yeah.
pictures. So I can show you right now
I know how you assembled it, yep.
what's happening. I think it was a little out of order. And part of my letter was including language from your original letter. Because you had asked for things in the
Yeah.
beginning, you asked for them to answer things. And I don't believe they did. I don't believe they came up with, their plan is for air quality is unacceptable. So I don't know if the public.
Mr. Chair, my point, Mr. Chair, in asking the question is, Terry's the only expert that we've got that's supplied this, and we've heard nothing else from the other experts in our community. But yet we're ready to write to the secretary and say, this is our findings. Like, we find section 7.7 and 7.8 to be antiquated. That's my point is, like, Terry wrote it, that's great, but what is that it? Is that the assessment that we're going to give to the secretary? And that's why I asked the question of one of the experts to say, well, what did she think of the letter? Did she see the letter?
Go ahead, Jess.
Mr. Chair, Jessica Case, Templeton Conservation. Sorry for my response. I actually, that was the first time I heard the letter. So I didn't really have a response right away, but I would be happy to bring it in front of the Conservation Commission and get an opinion.
Joanne Burton, Templeton Conservation Commission. I've been following this, as you know, I came to you a couple of years ago about the expansion. I totally support Terry's letter. It's excellent. Anyone can comment on this. I know that it's been brought to you, it's Alan that came in, that the contaminants now coming out of there are 1,4 dioxin. This is a known carcinogen. This is now flowing hydrologically into wetland areas that go from there into the Otter River. Any guesses which way the Otter River goes? Right through Templeton. What community is going to suffer the most is Templeton. We will be impacted the hardest. I think the water department needs to start testing the public wells. We really have to be on the defensive here, you guys. This is not good for the town of Templeton. There's nothing more important than clean, safe water. This is a wake-up call. And I am worried and I am scared as a water resource person for many years. We need to be on the defensive. The town needs to start testing the water. We already know that stuff is leaching out all over the place, along with other contaminants. At least if the water department would do that, it would give us a good baseline. We have to be on the defensive. And Gardner's saying to us, oh, make this part of your hazard mitigation plan. What does that say to you guys? I know what it says to me. Not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And if we don't act now, act fast, this is the existing landfill, never mind expanding it, then we are not doing our due diligence in protecting the water resources of this town. So I cannot express enough that, you know, an environmental hazard could potentially hit Templeton. And I'm sorry, it's not acceptable to say added to our hazard mitigation plan. I mean, come on.
That's
Joanne, I understand that. Thank you. Terry, hang on, please. Terry has been beating this drum and championing this cause for a while. I signed one of the original letters in March of 2022. Mike signed a letter following, I believe, the year after, if I'm not mistaken. Some of these things have been a concern. We are now at the point where we're in the 30-day response window. I understand Mike's spirit and intent, we need the other agencies on board. But looking backwards, and it's just a look back, where have the other agencies in town been? This is not a new problem. This has been in front of us for a number of years.
If I might reply, I admit,
It was rhetorical. I'm not looking for a response. I just want people to think about it.
okay.
And yeah, the board's gonna shoulder responsibility. I understand that. But at the end of the day, this is not something that happened overnight. This has been going on for a long time. 15, 20 years ago, you didn't want to drive down Route 68. You couldn't stand the odor. We've all been there. We all can remember it. It's like, oh gosh, hold your breath. I'm not gonna make it. No, I kind of have, it's horrible. We've all driven through that area. It's fortunately, we're not going through that any longer. However, you're absolutely correct. It is not a matter of if it's going to happen. It is a matter of when it is going to happen. To Mike's point, should our team be involved? I think they should. Should conservation be involved? I think they absolutely should. Jess, an excellent point. First time you're seeing and hearing the letter. That's a little disturbing to me. It truly is. And Terry, you had comments. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna agree with Joanne, and I understand where Mike's coming from. Could there be more stricter, detailed language that is gonna cause a better response for the residents in the future, a safer response? Because this is in Templeton letter, TEM03.
Yep.
Mike put in, with respect to mitigation, we would petition the project owners to offer a hazard mitigation plan reviewed by experts and selected emergency management officials that is based in likelihood and severity of possible containment breach, landfill design and construction. That was Mike. Their response is exactly what Joanne was saying. Operation and maintenance of the landfill expansion would be conducted in accordance with an approved operation and maintenance plan. Well, where is that? That's like, I think, a 9,000-page report. How am I gonna read that? The development of a separate hazard mitigation plan for the project is outside the scope of this DEIR. Beyond the state hazard mitigation and climate adaptation plan, cities and towns in Massachusetts that receive federal funding. So they're telling us what to do. They're like, I wanted to give them the information on air sensors. They're giving us information on hazard mitigation, but they're putting the onus back on us, not on what Mike asked to begin with. So maybe if it went to Concom and our water department, which I did touch base with Scott on, but again, this is ongoing. There could be more detailed requests to help us beyond the shadow of a doubt, get our needs met for the residents' sake and not till something super bad happens. Even just people spoke on the public information meeting, they're still getting the stench. The cemeteries are still getting the stench, and there's no real hotline or available person on call to deal with it. So I just don't agree with their response. Their plan for that, I mean, I could look it up, but their plan for that, basically, you're gonna have to take my word for it, is to inform the public on their website, make a place to write in or potentially call, but not until it stinks to high heaven and people are getting headaches and people are getting sick.
Terry, Mr. Chair.
Good.
So I don't think you need more technical data or otherwise. I would say it's the exact opposite. You have centered in along the things. What I'm saying says we, the Select Board of Templeton, Massachusetts, are writing in the response, and the supposition is that we have done all of the research or otherwise. We need to say who did it, a team of experts, our Concom. Are you the chair?
I'm not the chair.
Just have their hand up.
Right,
But
so
I'm happy to
it should
work.
be we, the select board, are writing in response or writing on behalf of our constituents. So it's the people. I think the spirit of your letter is good. It's got a lot of technical detail, but I'd feel better not saying, you know, like, did we commission a study or otherwise? Where is this information come? No, we're coming off of what the residents are expecting of us, and that we've consulted with experts. And I think that we need to say who that is. If you're telling me you're the expert that wrote all of this stuff down, then we should specify it. I have no, if you and your heart say that that's all your language, that's your research,
Well,
that's
it's
your
part
distillation.
language, Part working with Alan, part their language, because I went through
Yeah,
what they gave us. They
then we're
gave
the
us,
board. That's my point, Terry.
they
is that
gave
we're
us
the board.
our-
and good.
they gave us our question, our, what we were looking for. And then their answers were underneath, and they would send you on sidebars,
Yeah.
and I mean, who has time to, I had barely enough time. You sent the AI to go through this thing.
Yep.
And I barely had enough time to understand this whole thing, but I get how to manipulate through it with these numbers here on the side. And they'd say, okay, go to this person's letter and see the response in this paragraph, because that's the same response we're giving you.
Yeah.
So
But you know,
it's
so
nothing
I
specific.
told you I would help, and I did. I had AI crunch it, and it came up with a point sheet that I emailed you back, and you were gonna present it to your meeting at the church
Yeah, I
on
did end up
Sunday.
getting to it, yeah.
Okay, but again, that's part of that
Teamwork.
that's what I would like
We're
to
a
see.
team.
But I know, but that's what I would want to see from the letter, is that it's not just the board doing its own research. I mean, I did not read through that entire thing. I read my distillation point paper on it, but this reads like the board. I mean, why didn't, if we could get a lawyer or otherwise, it reads like the board did the assessment rather than actually you went out to the community, you're out there talking to the people.
I did.
Right, but that doesn't say that. I think that speaks to another story. I think you can say, we're concerned on the behalf of our residents. And we are assembling a team of experts and enlisting the help of our community, Conservation Commission. That's how it should read, rather than the finality of, we've read through the document and we just think it sucks. Because that's the way it reads to me, with some technical detail. But it's unclear how we got the technical detail. Like it's almost very legal.
It's
We
there.
find section 7.7 to be antiquated. Is this board qualified to say something like that?
They pointed us to 7.7.
Okay. But we're saying it's we're like,
We don't
We're-
like,
we're saying it's antiquated. I just want to be able to capture the spirit of what has
Yep.
been the discussion. You can write it like, you know what? I know it's very time sensitive.
yeah, we only have one more meeting to get.
I think I got
past.
my
The
point across.
26th
I
is
don't
the
have anything
last
further.
day it can be.
Yeah.
26 is the last day it can be sent in to the Massachusetts Environmental, Secretary Tepper's office.
Go ahead, Jess.
Jessica Case, Templeton Conservation Agent, Mr. Chair. I'd like to invite Terry Griffiths to the conservation meeting on Monday. I know this is time sensitive, but I can put it on the agenda and you can speak to it and we can talk it through with you.
Okay.
And for either input or support or whatever you need.
Does the board say?
When does it letter have to be done and mailed or emailed or copy pasted? When is,
Later than the 26th.
And Concom's on Monday.
there's a little bit of time.
Concom meets, that gives us a chance to meet.
Yep.
and Review it.
Could we invite the water department? Should we invite anybody
Whatever you need, I can inform them.
else? Yeah.
I have found Scott Schwinger to be very
Available.
Responsive.
and
helpful,
responsive.
Yeah,
So will you invite?
if you would like me to.
Coming from
Yeah.
you.
I would like,
You're coming from the expert.
I would
I'm
like
just
to
a
get the
select board
consensus of the
member.
board. Let's give Terry.
But then what would I do? Bring it back next meeting, or if we have?
I mean, if it's in this spirit, I'm happy with it. I mean, my only point was if we want that letter to be received well, this is very technical and it's very, the board has done it. I think there's some spirit in there that needs to change a little bit so they pay attention to this letter the same way they did the first time.
They didn't pay attention to the first letter.
So
Then it was bad. That's why the language needs to be strong, because they just sent us down a rat hole.
oh, but it pumped the brakes. You have acknowledged in one of the meetings within a year, you were like, without that letter, they would not have pumped the brakes and they would be pushing through like
Yep.
design review. So
Mr.
we,
Russo acknowledged
it-
that as well.
Yeah.
right,
You know,
and that's
we-
what
we
we're
got
trying
their
to do.
attention.
Mr. Chair, I think if we can get the board's consensus that this letter is in the right direction or otherwise, pending any additions or tweaks that Terry hand carrying it through, we would approve whatever version.
Do you want it in your email? Is that an open meeting law violation, or how would you want to?
Yeah, that sounds like deliberation, like we're all,
Yeah,
and then the public doesn't get to see it.
so next agenda, is that what you're saying? Agenda,
I want you to have speed, but I also want you to have, my opinion is you should have cooperation, coordination, but you should also have speed. If the board likes where the direction that you're going on and you were gonna get something very similar with an increased, like
Right, back.
Yeah.
the increased part where we're saying this is also gone before Concom and everything, I think that only bolsters it.
Well, Conservation Commission is certainly not gonna be an expert on this by any means. And
You've
should
got
not
street
be
cred, you've got
represented-
street cred, you have street cred, that's powerful.
Right. But I think Harry, of all people, and I have done some, we've been working together, okay? Has been the person you have charged to do this on behalf of the Board of Selectmen. She has done her due diligence. As far as the, comment period goes, I mean, you can pretty much. We do want to sound professional, but you don't have to be an expert to comment on the environmental impact report. Anybody can do that. And I think Terry, as a representative of this board, has done an excellent job. I know you want to dot your i's and cross your
No,
t's.
I agree with you 100%.
If I would suggest coming to the Conservation Commission with your letter and us supporting it. And if we have any questions, this is a hydrological, possibly contamination you would need a hydrologist. That would be the kind of expert that you would need. I would highly recommend at this point that maybe you think about consulting with an environmental law firm.
You can say that in the letter, Joanne. That's pretty powerful.
Well, yeah.
Huge.
I mean, Terry and I have been working closely together, but I'm not gonna take away from her all the hard work that she has put into this. And we are both really, really concerned, and I know you can tell that. Because if our wells get contaminated, well, we're some, in Gardner. I mean, they have an existing problem. This is a problem they know about. They're not able to control it or do anything about it. It's seeping into the wetlands, that's going into the river, and it's gonna go through our town. I mean, we've gotta be on the defensive, you guys, because Gardner isn't gonna do anything for us. It's pretty apparent. They already know, and they still, with the existing landfill having its problems, they still want to expand. I mean, it's ludicrous.
especially since all the landfills in Massachusetts are not, licenses aren't being renewed, and it's on a 17-year fix. I mean, there are more questions than answers, to quote Tim, in regard to did they do due diligence to the hydrothermal carbonization plants and the enterprise fund and location that they could do something better for the area, since Athol trucks their sludge over what, 200 or 400 miles, everybody west here, they're all trucking their sludge out of town.
Let's stay focused on
okay,
this right now.
Yep. I
Jeff?
wrote down a note.
Jessica Kane, Conservation Agent. Mr. Curry, so the spirit is that you support Terry, so it sounds like maybe Ms. Griffiths should say, sign it from Terry Griffiths, Templeton Select Board member, And then with the support of the Templeton Select Board, the Templeton Conservation Commission, and the Templeton EMS or something like that, are you looking for her to have the backing to support, like,
I wouldn't want to put her out there.
Okay.
I agree with Joanne. She like, I don't want her to get so far out in front of us
yeah.
that the board then doesn't know what we're doing.
Hmm.
We get the legal, we wind up getting into a legal spot where we've now gone so far as like, again, Joanne, I'm gonna kind of use your words against you, but in a good way. If we did choose nothing with this and it hasn't, like, again, the language is very technical and it's assessing that very large document or otherwise.
Yeah.
It does not, I mean, the four of us don't have all of that understanding. I get it. She took the time to do it and I think it's
I
great
sent
work.
it to you guys too.
Yep. So I think if we put her out there by herself, that gets way out in front of the board. I think it still needs to be from the board, but it has to have a more collaborative
Okay.
feel to it.
I have
Joanne, you're right. I think this is great. I just want to make sure that it has maximum impact once it hits the secretary's desk.
Saw another hand go up.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to let you know, I mean, if you want to put it to the meeting of the 23rd, we can get it out the next day. Whether it's email or, we send it. So if you need to do that, we can make that happen.
I get the feel we have the consensus for Terry to go ahead, go to the Concom meeting. I would also encourage we reach out to Rich at TEMA, get them to input on this as well.
Maybe you can zoom in.
This is one of the times when, everybody turns to the select board for the absolute guidance and input, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, it certainly bears repeating. We are not the subject matter experts on a number of things. We are generalists. We turn to all of our teams as the subject matter experts. This is where we're going to rely on the experts.
Amen.
The spirit and intent of this letter, as it starts off, we are writing on behalf of the citizens of the town of Templeton. I don't have any heartaches putting my name on that letter, but I want to make sure when we put the letter forward, we show we did our due diligence. It went through a number of our entities and agencies. And yes, absolutely. And that's
It's
that
a
way.
30-day period that you have.
It's
for it?
30,
Yeah.
but it started. in
Imagine
March.
like if it has that flavor going through that really shows that the community really cares because they moved quickly to try and get it in front of people. So I think that also works in our
Yep,
favor.
and they missed their original target date. I did read through the packet. I mean, that was one hell of a read.
Mm,
It was like, ugh.
I know.
This
I
was,
like the pictures.
this was worse than Esser and ARPA, trust me.
I like the pictures.
But they missed their own original target date. So
They did.
that speaks volumes. as
And
well.
I would like help with this awkward last. We reiterate our need for the project owners to offer a detailed hazard mitigation plan reviewed by experts and selected management officials. That's awkward to me because we're relying on someone else and they are not doing it. They're telling us, so we should, like you said, invite Rich Curtis to the meeting, but also, potentially
Yeah, it's not us.
him have his name or something to, it's just awkward that he should be mentioned as an emergency management official, right? Somehow include him in this future plan. Like, if they
Thanks.
answer us again, he gets to look at it first or review it. I don't know.
It's
how
tough.
you know what I'm saying? Like, I really, like he said, screw it down.
Not gonna lie.
Lock
it's
it in.
So much above my head. They expect you to be experts. and-
I would, what you just highlighted here, we're looking at the second to the last paragraph, the last sentence, which is quite a run-on sentence. I would even spell it out a little further. We reiterate our need to the project owners. I would scratch project owners. We reiterate our need to the city of Gardner to offer a detailed hazardous mitigation plan. Let's put the monkey on the back it needs to be riding on. This is Gardner's problem. We're just writing a commentary to them.
And at the end of a detailed hazard mitigation plan, it could include for the town of Templeton.
No.
No, a detailed hazard mitigation plan, period.
Okay.
It's
period.
their problem.
It is. I did ask them at
Yeah.
the public information meeting if they were prepared to pay for a class action lawsuit should their current sludge landfill be found as a contamination of the Otter River going west.
It's general caution, never talk about a lawsuit pending or potential. Cause
I know.
it can
they
always
come
get you
back
in
and-
trouble, that's right.
I was told that by one of the people that's interested in this from Winchendon too. This has everybody's
It's
attention.
that anything you say can and will be used against you, and trust me, they will.
Like, I live 2 more meetings, guys, 2 more meetings.
Mr. Chair,
Sir,
I make a motion that we work past 10 o'clock.
I didn't mean to take-
motion on the floor to extend our meeting past 10 o'clock.
Second. What did I-
We still have some items to get through and an executive session.
My capacity is,
I thought it wasn't gonna get seconded.
That going on the next.
It was seconded.
yes.
Next
Yeah,
meeting?
yes.
Okay.
Mike, we're bringing it back to the next meeting.
Yeah, I just wanted to get the 10 o'clock thing out of the way, sorry.
Yes, per our policy.
It's true, okay.
So the motion is seconded to go past 10.
Yes.
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 I vote yes as well. Thank you for that, Mike. Thanks for keeping us on track and on time. Good discussion, folks. That's a tough one. They're never fun. And points from the audience and gallery very well taken. Thank you. That brings us into old business. Action related to website update.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I wanted to bring this back. We had the presentation, I believe it was in January. And back and forth with John Pugh at Civic Plus. And I finally said, you know, we need to get the cost down if I'm gonna bring this back to them. So the original quote total was 24,281 to do the whole revamp of the website. And that includes the, what were they calling it? You know, the update for the ADA compliance would be included in there. That's 2,500 audio. It's that last item. So he came back and he talked to his manager and he said he could get it down to 17,622.50. And that would include everything, new website, the audio. I know we have a tight budget, but I just wanted to bring it back to the board and see if there was any interest in doing it. Or at least doing the audio. I did look at our tech budget, and due to the savings that we had with switching, I mean, with the Toshiba contract, they had trouble in the fall with trying to renew our contract. So they actually gave us several months where they didn't even charge us. They gave us, you know, a free several months. And we went with the new contract, so we saved quite a bit of money there. So what we would have to put down for this fiscal year is 5,286, which is 30%. And that would get us going. And then by the time they get it built out, it would be the next fiscal year. And that would end up costing 12,335 for the whole thing. Not sure, you know, where we're gonna find that, but once I look at the budget numbers, we can get a better picture on that. But
Would that have to go for capital? I thought. If it's over 10,000, does it have to go to capital?
I'm not sure, I don't think technology projects.
Justin, yeah, Mr. Chair, through you,
It's a service,
Just
it's a
this is-
service contract.
Right.
This is a
sir.
service
that
contract.
doesn't have to go through capital. Do you know, Joe? Over 10,000.
I'm not seeing what's in front of you. I mean, I know this is the website update. I mean, to determine whether or not something should go in front of another, to determine whether or not it falls on bylaw. I mean, bylaw violations are select board's jurisdiction. I mean, the committee just responds to applications, so I'm not seeing it in front of me. I'm not sure what category it would go under. If it's just a one-time increase, then maybe, but I mean, is this just
So
a
sure, it's
one-time?
operations and maintenance of like the town. Like if we had anything on our budget that was over $10,000, do you want that to go to capital? Like
I-
oil,
question. Yeah.
we compete oil. We have all I mean, we have like we have a lot of things that are over $10,000. So I understand what you're saying about threshold, but this is a service contract for the operations of the town.
Just threw me that we might not have the money to pay for it.
We could also bring this back, next meeting, once I get a better look at the budget numbers as well.
Yeah.
This was the really cool website that you could change the language and change the presentation that gave us the ADA compliance and everything else. Quite an upgrade from our current webpage. So there is a huge benefit available, but yeah, it does come with a cost, but it's a substantial reduction from the original proposal.
And there is a deadline for the end of the month, but.
So we still have a little bit of time
Yeah.
ahead of us.
Yeah.
The chair,
Go ahead.
and then after that, will it be fee-based every year? And we can see like, or is it? just-
After that, their prices are going up, I guess, like every other company.
We have to have a baked it into the budget for how many years?
Just next year.
That's it, and then we're done paying for it? What about the following year? Nothing?
Well, we'll have our annual fee and
That's what I'm questioning.
it will be a little bit more. But that includes our annual fee. So right now it's just under 4,000 for our regular annual fee. And this would be 12,000. So it'd be 8,000 more. It's not in addition to,
Annually,
just next year.
right, but
Then
What's
then
27?
annually, I believe he said it was gonna be 8,000. Yeah, annual recurring services, 8,305.
and we,
Yeah.
I'm.
Automatic 1-year renewal term unless 60-day notice prior to the renewal date. And then annual uplift 5% to be applied in year 2.
Forgive my ignorance, we have an IT budget yearly.
Mhm.
Fit into the budget yearly, 8,000 would fit in, or would we need to up that budget?
Well, if we put this 12,000, we would put it in the tech budget, so we need to up the tech budget by 12,000.
And then the following year, would we need to up?
It would be the
Yeah, would we
8,305.
need to up it that year?
Yeah, you'd probably need to up it
In the-
about 5,000 in the
A
following year.
year for that, so like encumbered where you have to have that money there every year to pay that bill.
Yes. But like I said, right now we're paying almost 4,000, so
Yeah.
it'll be the 8,000 instead.
Yeah, and everything's going up.
Yeah,
Except that budget, except that revenue. Sorry.
And our current one is through Entree Services,
no, we have our current website through Civic Plus,
through Civics Plus.
Yeah.
This is just a change to the package.
right?
Gotcha. My thoughts would be review and see how we can plug this in and table this to the next meeting, because we still have a little bit of wiggle room before the end of the month.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Comments from the rest of the board? Get a thumbs up from Mike.
Yep.
Like what I see, we just need to make sure we can make it work.
Mr. Chair. If I may make a suggestion on this, as someone who's worked with websites for a long time. The most important part of your website is going to be the content management system behind the scenes. And if that's not improved from our current website, you're just putting a prettier face on it. The current website has really, I'd say, problematic content management system issues. And I would also advise looking at other parties and other vendors. We pay 4,000 a year for operating, and I think it's, the domain and the server, the web hosting and the security for Montechusett.tv. You're probably a larger website. Montechusett.tv is a pretty involved website. So you may want to look at your operating costs as well. 8,000 may be proportional to that. I don't know, but I would look at that too.
Good point. Is Montechusett TV a private domain? Because I know there is a price difference when you get into municipality and how they register and license. That question was raised and addressed a couple of meetings back.
It's not a .gov,
No, it doesn't have to be.
but we own it.
Yeah.
The town government, and it's done by a local vendor.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, you didn't need a motion to table, did you? Just consensus.
We probably should.
Motion, make a motion to table the website update, discussion until the 23rd, meeting of the 23rd.
Oh, second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, bring that to a vote.
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes. I
I vote yes as well. And Holly, I do realize our April 23rd agenda is getting quite large and full.
We're gonna have a couple public hearings too.
Yes. Okay, brings us up to old business item B. Jeff, this one's yours, the letter for the Route 68.
Yes, this is concerning probably the longest project sitting on the books that the town has. And I forwarded the board an email about the next meeting of APO for April 19th. And at the last meeting, there was a draft list of MPO of moving that project back or even kicking it in the index line off the list. And I emailed Mr. Doherty and questioned if we showed some commitment and movement on there, if we could possibly keep that on the list. And he emailed some suggestions, and one of them was a letter of commitment from the board that we intend to fund the rest of the 25% design to keep it on the list. And depending on the next meeting, they get this letter, there's a possibility that the following year, it could move up or go back to the 28-29 fiscal year. Unfortunately, we don't have this town, and it doesn't matter any one of us could be the rep on the MPO. We don't have from what I have seen for the last few years, the town doesn't have the horsepower that a few other communities do. One being down near the Leominster Way, the mayor of Leominster is on the MassDOT Board of Directors. And there are some towns like Harvard and others that they have multiple people on there, and they really push their projects out there. That's just a fact. We have asked before to try to get this project moved up on the list. Myself, when Adam was the TA, Bob Sosek, we're all at a meeting, and we tried to get it to move, and we couldn't get it moved. It just a couple years back, 3 years back, I believe. So at the last meeting, we voted to send a letter to Brian and Massachusetts Planning Organization for the roads to keep to show them that we're serious about this and that we intend to fund it. And some of the other points is to have someone stay in touch or bug the design consultant and keep in track and in contact with Brian and MassDOT. And I volunteer to do that, or I will. And if we vote and sign this letter that's in the packet to send to them to let them know that, you know, we want to keep this, it needs to stay there, and we will use our resources to get that 25% design finished. A question was asked about, it's a state numbered road, and I emailed him that. I didn't want to stir up the pot or whatever, but I asked if, since it's a state numbered road, you know, why does the town have to pay for it? And his response was, even though it's a state numbered road, the town takes care of it and they're responsible for design. And I wasn't gonna go back and argue back and forth, argue through emails. So we have a letter. I hope we can get this signed and sent to them electronically. They'll have it for our meeting on April 19th. And surely before the date that Brian said, if they had it by April 30th. Because there is the draft list that's going to be on the agenda next. And I suspect that's when they're going to find it, because this will be the third meeting, February, March, and April's meeting, where they've discussed this tip list and moving things around. So again, I just, one of his points was if the board would send a letter signed by the members on town letterhead, expressing our concern and that we are going to put the hammer down on this project and get done what needs to get done.
Is
To
it
keep
addressed to the right
moving.
person?
Is that-
The way that the letter is, it to Brian Doherty and CC, that's good, the way it's written.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, no, I looked over it and it covers all the points and they have just not from his email, they had been trying to get a response from the town as far as the design and what they plan on doing it, and it was shortcoming, so their action was like, well, Templeton isn't responding, so, and there are other communities that are pounding on the door, so it was gonna kick us to the curb. And it happens. I mentioned it before, Ashburnham had Route 101 on the tip list, ready to go. I think it was gonna be this year, fiscal 25. And they decided, hey, we're gonna add a rail trail into this project. And MassDOT kicked them right off the list. And another project slid in its place, and that's how it works. I don't say I like it, agrees it, it's right, wrong, whatever, but that's how it works.
That's a
So-
great example of having it bite you, because Route 101, a part of it at the 119 end has been closed for 3 weeks. You're detouring all the little side streets around the lake because the road just gave away.
Yeah.
It's being referred to as the Little Dig up in that part of the state.
Yeah, and going down the hill into South Ashburnham, I mean, that road is, it's terrible. But, and they were all set. They were gonna start working on it fiscal 25, and they made a change and no plans, and MassDOT said, oh, okay, and they just booted them off. That's how the state runs, so. I read the letter, it touches all the marks, and hopefully it'll keep us in the ballgame, so to speak. And I thank Mike for writing that. It just needs the board to sign it and get it. As soon as, the sooner Brian gets it, the better.
You need a motion.
I don't know if it'll be on the, so they already have the agenda out, but, I could certainly bring it up at the meeting. But if he, as I said, he has the letter, he'll see that and then I'll email him. Tell him that, we're gonna keep up with this and, I'll just keep on it. Because again, this is 20 years plus maybe, resident of the road. I don't know if there's any more here, but that's a fun road to ride on. No, it's not, I know. So that's what we need to do and then we just need to follow through and I would request that we get Fuss O'Neill in here as soon as we can to discuss what the plan is, the 25% design and the cost, and if we have any options, wiggle room for money wise, and we're not gonna know until we ask them.
Mr. Chair, Joanne, was it your daughter?
Yes.
Yes. So I tried to make it wasn't humorous, but I think that should personalize it to them to say, you got kids bouncing, hitting their heads on the top of a school bus. So if you're wondering, we did include your daughter's statement in there. Please let her know. Her testimony was well received.
So,
Let me
Really little, so.
Let me read it. Several residents attended the meeting to express their concerns, with one student recalling how children on the school bus would play a game guessing who would bounce the highest over the potholes. While anecdotal, these stories reflect the daily realities of our residents face. And I did add that there were families with disabilities on that road. So
Thank you very much.
absolutely.
I just had a quick question. I don't know if Jeff knows or not. When they did Route 68 North, in Royalston, that was done by the state.
that was my reason for my question asking about the state numbering system. And I was trying to get a hold of some of the two people of the DPW guys in those towns to find out the details, but I wasn't able to get that information when I asked Brian that question, because I know that's how they did it. But I wanted to talk with them and ask them and say, hey, how come? It might, I think, I'm guessing here. I'm thinking it might be the way they went about it and the way Templeton did it 20 years ago, just to get it on the tip list. I think they might have went about getting it done in a different way. But I tried to get him to tell me how that happened, but he skated right around that. And I don't, blame him, but because I didn't have the information how those towns did it to counter them. I was kind of swinging in the breeze, and I asked them and tried to get a good answer, and I didn't get it. So, but I did try. I did ask
Thank
that.
you. And I was just curious.
So I'm guessing that it was so long ago that we just went for the tip list and we didn't, Templeton didn't, so, and things might have changed, I don't know. But Phillipston and Royalston got their sections done all by the state, and I did ask, but I couldn't get an answer.
Thank you.
Joanne, just anecdotally, my wife and I routinely just drive around, pick certain roads and just take a look, see what the condition is. And I was glad the night we chose to take Royalston Road from Route 202 all the way through. We did not have the car, it's like, yep, this is not a road we're driving in the car. I'm glad we have the truck to it. But it was not a fun ride. I feel for everybody out there. I remember back in the days when I was on the ambulance, that was the most horrific ride all the time, trying to get back and forth to do anything. So I understand the frustration the entire time I've lived in town, most of the time working on the ambulance or taking fire apparatus out there. It was like, my goodness. Gotta get this right.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. We appreciate it, and we're hoping, keeping our fingers crossed.
Yeah, because every year it's like, yep, it's coming this year, it's coming this year. But
Oh, yeah, you're gonna get, we were only kidding. No, we're gonna give it to you. No, we were only kidding.
Psych.
Exactly.
Psych.
Hopefully,
Exactly.
just want to keep it on the list and I don't want it to get kicked back any farther than it may go. And maybe somebody will mess up and they'll get kicked in. We'll move up. I just want.
Jeff, I know you've been very diligent on this, and this is not the first time you've taken this one on and run with it, so.
Yeah, like I said, we tried
Very
to get it
appreciative.
3 years ago. I think it was 3 years ago. Myself, Adam and Bob Silver went on a Zoom meeting at the same time and we tried to get it pushed up ahead of the Rotary, and that's what we wanted to do. And they said, well, we got some letter saying that's a big public safety thing and stuff, and blah, 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 and no, they wouldn't move it. So,
We touched on it briefly the year I was liaison to MRPC, but it was just a brief touch and it's kind of a skim over. And it's like, hey, guys, still here. We still have problems. We're not done with it. But yeah,
so hopefully this time we can, like I said, at least keep it on the list.
Yep.
And maybe it'll slide up, but. This
So
is the
do you need
step we
a-
said we needed to do.
yeah,
so.
this is an
Need a-
action regarding, so I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the letter of commitment for Route 68 and for the board to sign.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion by the board? Hearing none, we'll bring this to a vote. Jeff,
Yes,
Mike,
Yes.
Harry,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna send down for signatures.
All right.
Outstanding. Bringing us to the last item of the open meeting discussion, EPA update on 24 Holman Street.
I have this, even though my name is on it. Does anybody have anything? So I wrote yesterday, dear Wayne, I hope you're well, especially in this political climate. I'm wondering where 24 Holman Street sits with regard to your cleanup. I'm also wondering if you could give me a report on the entire 23 acres with regard to contamination levels. Are there any specific clean areas? I've been trying to locate this online, but failed miserably. Peace, Terry Griffiths, Templeton Select Board. Hi, Terry. We are currently spreading topsoil and grass seed in the areas that were excavated. That work should take a couple of weeks and our response action will be completed. The phase 2 assessment report that you're probably looking for has been provided to the town last year by Jim Byrne, EPA Brownfields Coordinator. I believe the town had uploaded that report onto its website for people who want to review it. That report is too big to email. I would contact Jim Byrne if you still need to get a copy or have questions on that report. Because there was a warehouse there that had no chemicals involved in it. It was just a warehouse. And this part of that property isn't technically considered contaminated. And I just need to verify that with Mr. Byrne. And I was trying to verify that with Wing Chow. There's 23 acres there, and it's not all the same level of contamination. And if anybody else, I mean, it's the elephant in the room. But anybody can call the title examiner at land court, and anyone can call him on this particular case, and he will tell you what he knows. It's not a secret. It's out there for the public. It's out there for discussion. And I think that the residents are getting tired of this board not facing the potential threat of a incinerator going into Baldwinville and 500 tons of plastic feedstock infiltrating the air, the land, and people's lungs in however much, 500 tons a day. And we do not have the fire capability. Right now, you heard Chief Dickey, he doesn't even get a report what's coming in on the railroad. They don't train for the railroad. This town better pay attention
The current climate in, to my knowledge, on the federal level is drill, baby, drill. And bring things in, make America great again, bring in industry. Well, this industry doesn't belong in Waldenville. And one of the reasons I'm stepping down is I'm gonna focus on this because I'm that passionate about it. It does not belong in Waldenville. Nobody wants to do the work. And I feel bad for the residents because a lot of them are overtired. There's over 900 signatures on the toxic website now, 900. People are going to meetings. They're coming from Winchendon, they're coming from Royal, they're coming from all over the area.
Good Lord.
I was in touch with Jim McQuaid at Mass DEP last week. There are no applications for anything. They cannot apply anonymously. I have it in writing. I gave it to Rachel.
I would just like to know why the town is not foreclosing on that property before the price goes up.
It's
I know it's in
tax title.
litigation, but it's in litigation for a tax violation. You're not paying the taxes. Why not foreclose and get this done? There's a lot of property that is behind residential homes that people want to buy and clean up themselves.
I will address that speaking as a private citizen, not speaking as the chair. In a former life, I was an environmental compliance officer for a small organization some of you may or may not have heard of, the United States Air Force. I dealt with a number of issues in toxic waste, toxic materials management. The last thing you want to do is take a property that is a known toxic waste dump. Because as soon as you do it, you own it. And you own all of the cleanup and all the mitigation. Folks who live in that area, think back 15 to 18 years, how many yards and how many feet of all the properties in the neighborhoods around there were removed and trucked off to Lord knows where. I understand what Terry just said, but there is other contamination in that area,
It's fenced off. It doesn't have to be used.
be it as it may. There is litigation pending. The common rule of thumb is you do not discuss litigation. I said it earlier, I will reiterate it again. Anything you say can and will be used against you. People need to understand that. Social media posts will hurt you. Lawyers will turn it on you. You really don't want to open the can of worms.
The town is not foreclosing that.
I don't know that.
Mr. Chair, the point person on foreclosures is Cheryl Richardson.
Cheryl Richardson.
We should be asking Cheryl Richardson.
We should be asking Cheryl
That's
Richardson.
it. That's the answer.
So the board can ask Cheryl Richardson.
Any resident can go
absolutely
in
can.
there and ask
Yeah.
her questions.
It sounds like a lot of people don't go and ask the right people.
Some
I mean, you
people are
can come and
working
ask
when-
us to go ask the question,
some
but I
people-
mean,
yeah,
again, that's up to
some
the
people
chair
are
to put it on.
working
Huh?
At that time when you're open.
Hmm?
Some people are at work at that time.
Oh,
when the office
Amen,
is open.
sister. Me too.
We're open till 6:30 on Mondays.
Go ahead, Gail. Your hand was up first.
When that EPA person was here giving his reports, that was only emergency actions being done, and he only did it on 2 sites. And that means the whole 23 acres has not been cleaned at all.
That was my understanding as well.
And, the town has nothing to do with cleanup. It's the owner of the property who has to do the cleanup. So, and nobody's buying the property, so we gotta wait.
Somebody owns the property right now.
It's in foreclosure. There's a lot to it and you
Terry,
can go
Terry,
on.
Terry. What did I just say about not discussing something that is in a current court case? Please,
Says EPA.
Well, land.
please. Joanne,
Okay, the Templeton citizens. It goes to the chair.
thank you.
It is my understanding that even if the town owned it, it would be exempt from the responsibility of the cleanup. So think about it. EPA came in, cleaned up, nothing happened for 20 years, nothing, right? The owner, nobody went out there, clean this up some more. What happened? EPA is here again, and they're cleaning it up. It is my understanding the town would be exempt. This is a Brownsfield, we know this. How much it can be cleaned up,
That's those
we don't
to
know.
include in the meeting minutes.
But there are, some things we could consider
to us,
if the town was to take it. A lot of the residents seem to, to want the town to take this property over. No one wants to see dirty commercial come in there. We've already had to deal with that and a lot of cancer rates involved in health, et cetera. But, could be an area used by the DPW. I had an idea. It comes with its own set of, things that have to be dealt with, but what about putting in a solar field? This is one already degraded land. So we're not cutting down trees to put in a solar field, because that's like shooting yourself in the foot. It would help towards our green initiative, right, that we're part of, correct? And it may lower the electric rates. And this would be a very good place to put a solar field. Of course, the light department would have to be on board with this, but think about it. The only issues they're having is with recycling or disposing of components when you have to do upgrades. And something the state is working on right now. So just say when, after 25 years, they've got to change this, that, or whatever with solar field. I guess there are, issues with getting, recycling or getting rid of those components properly. But all in all, I think, and I'm just suggesting it as an option. But I think it's a good option. The town would, again, have to take the property, foreclose, take the property. Remember though, it is a Brownsfield, and the appraisal would take that into consideration. So, to me, it can't be worth that much. And we certainly don't want something like a paralysis plan. I mean, that would just be bad for the region, not just Templeton.
People are worried about their property values going down.
That's, yeah,
Thank you, John.
thank you. I've been busy tonight.
That brings us to the end of the open meeting. It's up to board member comments.
I have two, I'll make them brief as I can. The first one has to do with, speed limit signs up on Brooks Village Road. They were for 25 mph, which would be either a business district or thickly settled. They were put up there a week or so ago. They were taken down today, about 10:30 this morning. Basically because the procedure for getting them signs on that road or any road was not followed. Steps were skipped. November 15th, 2023, Article 6, town meeting voted to adopt Mass General Law, Chapter 90, Section 17C. That's a section of the law that allows the select board to establish a speed limit of 25 mph on town-owned roadways, either in thickly settled areas or business districts. That vote did not allow the signs to just be put in place. And when them signs were put in place, suddenly residents are going, there's 35 mph, then there's 30, then there's 25. How come we got so many speed limit signs? Which ones are we supposed to follow? Et cetera, et cetera. 17C says, and it has a section in a manner that accepts this section provided in section 4 of chapter 4 of chapter 90, but chapter 4 has been repealed. But after the town meeting vote, then the selectmen have to determine thickly settled or business district is Mass General Law, chapter 90, section 1, definitions. The territory contiguous in any way which is built up with structures devoted to business, or territory contiguous to any way where the dwelling houses are situated at such distances as will average less than 200 feet between them for a distance of 1/4 mile. I went back and looked through selectmen's agendas from November 2023 until tonight. I could not find an agenda item where the board discussed chapter 90, section 17C, those signs, if that's actually a thickly settled area or not. I went back and I looked when we first were discussing this and it was gonna be on the warrant. I emailed Chief Bennett, Chief of Police, with my concerns about where's any thickly settled area. He said, thank you for your input. Adopting chapter 90, section 17C is only part of the bigger picture, which was failed to be followed when we did this. There is also a regulation on speed limits, and we have to also, once the board voted to have a study done or a check for the homes in the confinement area to be designated a thickly settled area, before you can put them in there, you have to notify MassDOT and the Registry of Motor Vehicles. So there was, the gun was jumped. Town meeting voted. Somebody said, hey, town meeting voted for that. Told the highway to put the signs up there. They went out, got the signs, they planted them. Today, I was driving the road to check on the signs and they're gone. And I passed a highway truck and I looked and they were in the back of the truck. I followed him to the library and said, are them the 25? He goes, yep. He said, boss, Bob Sosik, he said, called me and told me to go pull them up. So that's a lot of time wasted, putting them in the ground, taking them out of the ground because the process wasn't followed. And the residents are looking at it like, what am I supposed to do? How come the signs are there? Now they're gone. Process wasn't followed. And if we can't do things like that, how do you go ask the residents, hey, we need some money to do this and this. We need some more money. It's it just looks bad. And again, it's just the process and we didn't follow it. I don't know who made the decision and how they came to the conclusion that because the town accepted a vote, a section of the law, that meant, oh, we can just go plant the signs and go up there and patrol the roads. It's if it's not a thickly settled area, it doesn't meet the criteria, then we can't plant the signs. It can't be 25 miles an hour. It's plain and simple. And the other item comment I have, Mr. Chair, we reorganized a couple meetings back, last meeting, whenever it was, and I was appointed the school liaison rep for the Board of Selectmen. So I contacted the school district and asked for a copy of the updated line item budget for the district. I asked for documentation of the teachers' contracts, the busing agreement, etc. And I went looking for when the budget had to be certified and when the town had to get it. And in doing so, I came across a I got onto Code of Mass Regulation 603-41.04, which states that when a collective bargaining agreement for the school is being considered and debated, the superintendent of the schools shall notify the town administrator of member towns, or if there is not one, the chairman of the Board of Selectmen. And they are supposed to meet, the selectmen or the town managers, and they vote, and one member of one person from the towns, but both towns, gets to serve on the committee that is negotiation with the teachers, and they are a voting member. So I don't remember hearing anything about that. So I called up Adam and he said, I don't recall getting that email or getting the contact. He said, ask Holly. So I emailed Holly and she emailed me and said she didn't get it and she doesn't recall Adam getting it. So I have a request into the school. The records access officer will not be back in the building until tomorrow to see if there was an email or a letter sent to this town notifying us that the teacher's contract, which was done last fall, if they notified the town that we're supposed to be involved in that process. My question is, the thing that pops into my head is, since the law wasn't followed and if the superintendent didn't send notice to the towns, to me, that becomes a question for DESI and perhaps the Mass State Attorney General's office, if that teacher's contract is good or not, since the towns didn't get to participate in the contract negotiations, which has a big effect on our school assessment. Again, this is another process not followed. But it's not going to happen for another 3 years. So whoever's sitting here, and it's one of those things. Apparently, it's not kept up with. It's not on somebody's checklist. It was oversight or whatever the reason. But it's just another process that was not followed. But this one, in my mind, has the potential to have repercussions. Maybe those negotiations have to be done again. I don't know. It's an interesting point, and my understanding is I forward this to the selectmen in Phillipston, and they don't believe they were notified either. So both towns were supposed to get together according to this regulation, and they vote on which person is gonna be on the committee that negotiates the collective bargaining agreement. So again, I was school liaison, and I'm just trying to do my due diligence to look out for the towns and grab all the documentation I could. They have the selectmen down on Phillipston voted to do a study group to look at the regional agreement, which there are questions about that because it has not gone to the annual town meeting in Phillipston. So if it hasn't gone to DESI for approval for the agreement every 5 years, and so it's just another interesting thing that it's a question to be answered. And I am going to pursue it as the liaison of the board. Just ask the question. Does this have any effect on that agreement? Just yes or no. And if I get anything, I will inform the board members and Holly as soon as I find out anything. But it was just another one of those things that process procedures, it can have an effect on things. this one. Potentially a big one, but I don't know how Desi will handle it, but. And that's why, we get paid the big bucks to keep up with stuff like this. It's a chore, it really is. There's a lot of stuff you gotta do. And these little things get in the way of, you know, at home, you call up the plumber and say, hey, my AC ain't working, or this ain't working, but municipal government, it makes it complicated, and there's just a lot of stuff to keep up with. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Good work, Jeff. Just, for those that celebrate, happy Easter. We're not gonna meet again till the 23rd, so happy Easter is the 20th, and the Lions Club give a blanket permit. Did they put their eggs on? We didn't see that. The Lions Club for the egg hunt. Anybody know? This year, I don't know.
Scheduled for the 19th.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I thought
you gave them a
blanket on that.
Oh, we did, yeah.
That was a while ago. I think they did
Well,
all-
and,
I'll have to take a look.
I think when they did the pumpkins,
yeah.
a haunted house or something. I don't
That's it.
know. I seen the sign for it. They handed me that.
One thing real quick, week from this Saturday coming up, we have, the 250th anniversary of the shot heard around the world, the battle in Lexington and Concord. The kickoff of the American Revolution, although TCTV, I'm gonna give you the plug. Interesting story about the, courthouse and did it actually begin in Worcester for the American Revolution?
It certainly precipitated Lexington and Concord.
It certainly did. But there'll be a whole big series of events, so 250 years, that's quite the time. So we're all paying attention to that one, and I'm sure it's gonna be bedlam and chaos over there for the day, because everybody will be wanting to come. Sad to report, you know, again, it's never a fun thing. I've learned in the last week, a few more of our town residents have passed, and it's like, it's always sad when I hear that. And some of them are very quiet, some of the folks are very reserved. My heart goes out to all the families. And I understand some of the quietness is very, very intentional. But still, thoughts, prayers. And if there's anything that we can do to assist, we're always here, just reach out and ask. The community is very, very supportive. And if we have nothing else, I would entertain a motion that we.
Mr. Chair. I move that we open executive session for Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A2, discussion related to contract negotiations with non-union personnel, including town
Thank you,
administrator,
folks.
in the coming week, out of executive session afterwards to close the regular business meetings.
Motion made and seconded to enter executive session with the sole purpose of contract negotiation to come out only to come out of. The open session and close the business meeting. Then we know discussions. Hearing none, I will call for the roll call.